Do you see me on?
Yes.
Okay,
I,
I'm just gonna leave it on, but I'm not doing anything.
yep, perfect. Mary, you can assign him the co-host as well.
Okay, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Before I call the meeting to order, I just really sincerely, again, want to reiterate to the board professionals and board members, our thanks for all the extra effort you're putting in this month, in the last meeting last month. It's a busy calendar, and I know it's taking time away from your families. We're on a volunteer basis, and you don't really have to be here, but we appreciate every moment that you spend for the betterment of the community. And again, sincerely, I'm not blowing sunshine at you, but I just want to thank everybody for their continued dedication. Okay, so with that, I'd like to call to order the Old Bridge, New Jersey Planning Board meeting for tonight, December 8th. And if we all would stand and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag, United States of America,
to the republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under
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 God,
God, indivisible,
with
with liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Okay. Good evening, Vina.
Good evening, Chairman. Can I start?
Absolutely.
Adequate notice of this meeting of the Old Bridge Planning Board has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act at least 48 hours prior to the commencement of the meeting by prominently posting in the municipal complex an announcement giving the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting, mailing such announcement to the Home News Tribune, and filing such a copy of such announcement with the municipal clerk. Roll call. Mr. De Palma,
Here.
Mr. Renner,
Mr. Renner sent an email out. He's not going to be present this evening.
that is correct. Mr. Lauer,
Here.
Mr. Mamakis,
Yeah.
Ms. Cannon,
And Barbara as well had a family matter to attend to.
sure. Mr. Schmidt,
Here.
Mr. Lenning,
Here.
Mr. Pink,
Marty, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Chairman Marucci,
Here.
Mr. Penny,
Here.
Mr. Garcia.
Here.
Mr. Sardello, Mr. Sardello,
Yes.
Mr. Darji,
Present.
Mr. Tim,
Present.
Mr. Lavallo,
I'm here.
Mr. Miller, myself, Veena Sawant. We can begin.
Okay. This evening, we have one application on the agenda, and that is application number 42-2021P. And it is Segma Old Bridge GC LLC, and this evening is for major preliminary site plan. So,
For the record, Mark Policastro, Mr.
good
Chairman.
evening, Mr. Policastro.
First of all, thank you for having us. And how is my audio? Is it medium, good, excellent, or the best you ever heard?
Somewhere good to excellent.
Good. So we have all of our witnesses here this evening. Our first witness is Ephraim Gersberg. I'd like to introduce Mr. Gersberg and have him sworn initially. And we're going to try to be as efficient as we can with detail.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gersberg, I see you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Ephraim Gersberg, G-E-R, S as in Sam, Z as in zebra, B as in boy, E-R-G. And my address is 777 New Durham Road, Edison, New Jersey, 08817.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. And what is your role in this project, Mr. Gersberg?
I'm the managing member of the LLC that is the applicant.
Great. And you have some comments I think you'd like to make. With
I do.
respect to an overview of the project. So please proceed.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Not as good as Mark, but maybe okay. We'll take average in my life. I want to thank the chairman and the board, as well as the extensive professionals of Old Bridge for allowing us this special meeting. I understand you were there late last night, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate and we appreciate collectively the efforts on our behalf and the town's behalf. It's truly an example of public service. I believe it's important for me to explain the origins of this project. When we decided to purchase hundreds of acres from the Brunetti organization, we looked at all alternatives. This property was going to be developed, and we felt that adding another 2,000 to 3,000 residences was not the best option for the community, school, and traffic. We then looked at warehousing and ultimately settled on the plans that you'll see over the course of the next week. First and foremost, there's a little misconception I'd like to clear up about warehousing. Not every warehouse is an Amazon fulfillment center. In fact, none of my projects are right now Amazon fulfillment centers. In fact, as you look, you'll see that none of the buildings have the extensive car parking for a large fulfillment center. Most of them are way too small for fulfillment centers, and even our largest is well below the 1 million square foot that you traditionally see for an Amazon. I know there's a lot of talk out there. I want to make that very, very clear. These buildings are traditional warehousing. We do not have any tenants yet, but believe that warehouse use is the least intensive use than the alternatives. We have watched the township professionals craft an intelligent and smart plan for this area. One that has fewer impacts on the community, such as school children, community services, and traffic. The collective projects also have the benefit of over $5 million in ratables directly to the township. The plans you'll see over the next week have no variances, are fully compliant with the redevelopment plan approved by this board and the council. It is not lost on me that we will be removing an 18-hole golf course. Therefore, we have agreed at a cost of over $10 million to build an 18-hole golf course as well as miniature golf center, which will be in Old Bridge and open to the public, unlike Glenwood, which is a private course. Old Bridge residents will have priority at this course, and our intent is to build an asset for the town that continues for generations. I thank you for the time and appreciate your attention. I'll be here all evening for any questions I may have. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Gersberg. And Mr. Policastro.
So are we fielding questions by witness, or are we holding questions, Mr. Chairman, for the end?
We could field by witness, but we're going to hold the public portion till the end.
Great.
To add a little flow and get through this.
Okay.
So I guess if anybody has any questions for Mr. Gersberg, we could start with that. Any board professionals or board members have any questions for Mr. Gersberg before getting into the meat of the testimony?
None at this time.
I have nothing,
so-
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
I have no questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Dorji.
Great.
Okay,
Then,
Mr. Policastro, you
call-
can,
Mr. Cahill.
okay.
Keith,
Yep,
please state your name for the record.
sure. Keith Cahill, Cahill, with the firm of Bowler Engineering, located at 30 Independence Boulevard in Warren, New Jersey.
Hi, Mr.
Mr.
Cahill,
Cahill?
long time.
Long time no see, board members.
At the same
Mr.
shirt.
Cahill, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're going to, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you've already stated your name and address, so you're good to go.
Okay, I'm gonna pull a little, what do they call it, TikTok?
Let's hope not.
He wasn't kidding.
Sorry, I forgot I didn't have my jacket on. I didn't want to disrespect anybody. It was on the back of my chair, so I apologize.
So just quickly, your credentials, Mr. Cahill.
Certainly. Again, thanks, board members, for having me again. Keith Cahill, professional engineer licensed in the state of New Jersey. I have a master's degree from Stevens Institute of Technology in civil engineering and a bachelor's degree from Rutgers University. I've been practicing civil engineer for over 27 years. And I've been at a principal at Bowler Engineering, working there for the past 24 years. I've testified throughout the state of New Jersey in excess of 100 different municipalities. And as recently as last night, I've testified and been accepted as a witness for this board.
Yes, we will continue to accept you.
Thank you, board members. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so again, in the spirit of trying to be efficient, I'd like to introduce this site, and I believe everybody is familiar with it, and I'll share my screen. Bina has given me the permission to do so, and just start with my first exhibit, A1. Hopefully you can see that, Mark. You can give a thumbs up. No, not yet.
Excellent, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Just in general, I'd like to locate the board where the project is. This is aerial exhibit entitled A1, dated 10/5/2021.
So, Mr. Cahill, is this document on file with the board currently?
It's been submitted, but I would like this marked as we've had some notes and things to that nature.
Right.
It's an aerial exhibit, and for reference, north will be to the right side of the page. And just in general, as mentioned, you'll see Route 9 running along the bottom of the page in a north-south direction, left to right. You'll also notice Jake Brown Road on the north side, where it pointed, the northern portion of the yellow portion of the lot. All the way to the left or to the south, you can note Fairway Lane as a jug handle also coming off of the Route 9, which is the access point into this site, which is currently shown in the aerial as Glenwood Country Club. And you can see the golf course. Farthest to the west, you can see we're bordered by White Oak Lane, which you can see also dead ends. And there's some light blue lines that show the future White Oak Lane extension that is part of a separate application and project that we're pursuing with the borough. Just surrounding uses, you can see to the north, vacant lands, and up along Jake Brown Road, you have the Board of Ed property. Along Route 9, there are an existing restaurant and fueling facility, as well as a Bible church up along Route 9 between Jake Brown and Fairway Lane. You also see the Glenwood Apartments further to the south, and to the west, you'll see along White Oak Lane some industrial buildings as well. I think that gives a good idea of the overview of the entire property. And what I've outlined here is the project as we're going to describe tonight, which does require a minor subdivision. So that brings me to my next exhibit I'd like to bring up. Give me 1 second. And forgive me because these drawings are large and take a moment to regenerate and load. So I apologize.
And Mr. Cahill, just for the record, that first exhibit was marked what?
A1.
A1, okay, and this will be
A2.
A2, okay.
Okay, again, sharing A2, the subdivision exhibit prepared by Bowler Engineering. This is dated 11/2/2021. And what we've done here, as part of this project, we're in essence creating two large lots by consolidating numerous other lots. And in this table, I've defined each of the lot and block numbers, and we're creating two lots A and B. So maybe make it a little bit easier that this is the lot entitled right here, Lot A, which is 203.514 acres that we are creating. And the other additional lot, I'll highlight again, Lot B right here, being the 88.471 acres in its entirety. The combination of the different lots here and being consolidated down to just two lots. Tonight's subject project is part of Lot A. This lot is in terms of size and anything that will be placed on it is in compliance with the zone that it is, a redevelopment zone. And this will be the discussion of tonight, or this Lot A is what's creating our project this evening. So just for the record, all of these lots, again, for the record, we're creating Lot A, 203.51 acres, and Lot B, 88.47 acres. The subdivision plan has been submitted. We did get some minor comments from your professionals which again, we can provide the additional information as requested so that it can be fully compliant and be recorded in the future. At this point, I would like to move on to what this project is about and bring up my third exhibit, which is the proposed warehouse facility. And again, give me one moment here. Share this.
And Mr. Cahill, this will be A3.
This will be A3.
Thank you.
A3 is entitled Overall Site Plan Layout, Sheet C-301, dated 12/2/2021. For the record, north will be to the right side of the page. Along the bottom of the page, you can see Route 9. To the far top, you can see White Oak Lane. Further to the north of the right side of the page is bordered by Jake Brown Road. And again, the entrance point into this facility is coming in off of Route 9 onto, the Fairway Lane. Thank you. Fairway Lane coming into the site. And that is the primary entrance into the site coming off of Route 9. And I'll zoom in a little bit here so we can see a little bit better and go through what the total improvements are anticipated for this site. And I'll just show you that entrance too. Okay. Here we go. All right, in regards to the site, we have very little frontage because we have the access point right at Route 9 at the interchange of Fairway Lane. In general, what this project is proposing is 4 warehouse buildings. And with each one of those, we're proposing the access coming off of Route 9 onto Fairway Lane, and then an internal circulation lane to connect each one. The reason I zoomed in here is I just want to show the separation of how far we're off of Route 9. It's about 1,000-foot road travel distance from making the right turn off onto Fairway Lane before you come back to our intersection and where you get back into what the industrial buildings are located or the complex. And I'll just zoom back out so I can give you the description of the whole thing, but I thought it was important to show you how you access into the site. In general, the proposal for this, and I'm going to start in the what I'll call from the north or the northeast corner and work my way to the southwest. So over here in the right-hand corner, we have warehouse number 2. It's 192,111 square feet, inclusive of 5,000 square feet of office, which means you have a total warehouse of 187,111 square feet. In regards to what that has in addition, you have drive aisles circulating around the loading areas of at least 30 feet in width. In addition, we have 30 loading docks on the northeast corner and 2 additional drive-in doors for that. We have 130 parking stalls along the north side of that building for regular cars. They're all 9x18 stalls and 24-foot drive aisles with that. This site and the whole complex has been designed for WB67 trucks, which is basically the largest tractor trailer allowed on New Jersey state highways. All of the radiuses being where the trucks are turning, drive aisles, again, as I mentioned, being 30-foot wide, 50-foot radiuses on the turns. This is designed entirely to have trucks circulate in and out of this facility freely without any concerns at the intersections. When one truck is heading against the other or they're both turning at the same time, that's what this facility has been designed for. And obviously, when we have that type of vehicle coming through there, when you start talking about, can cars fit? Yes, no problem. Can emergency vehicles fit? Yes, no problem, because your Old Bridge Fire Department's vehicles are actually smaller. Trash trucks, all of those things. Circulation is not a concern, and we've anticipated the largest vehicle throughout this entire complex. As I continue to move to the northwest, we also have a parking lot area that has a total of 50 truck parking truck parking stalls, total of 50 stalls. 42 of them are 12 by 50, 8 of them are 12 by 70. We also have a maintenance building in this parking lot as well. which is for the maintenance of the entire complex. The owner of the facility will have a 2,286 square foot maintenance building, which will be utilized for the equipment for maintenance of the entire property. There'll be lawnmower equipment stuff. There'll be, potentially equipment used for snow removal, whatever it may be, but maintenance for the facility would be stored in this building in this location. As we continue south and entrance into the facility, you can see we come to our next building, which is building number 3. This is the largest building that we do have on the property. It's 818,395 square feet. That includes a 10,710 square foot office area. So the total warehouse is 807,685 square feet. This building is largest. It could be comprised of 2 tenants. We've set it up that it could be that way, meaning the larger office area. We've had 2 separate parking areas, one to the north end of the parking, one to the building, one to the south end of the building, where you see we would have offices also on either end. Again, providing separation between where the vehicle car parking would be, as well as the truck stall loading and circulation would be. I'm going to zoom down a little bit here too. So for this building, as I mentioned, we have parking for general cars that are located to the north, as well as an area for the south. The loading doors are located on both the west side and the east side of this facility. In total, we have 191 trailer spaces parking for trucks on both the, that's a total, including on the east and west side of the building. We have 130 dock positions for drive-in doors. What I mean by drive-in doors, what you'll find is on each of these facilities, at the ends of each of the loading corridors, we have an area that is just another loading dock, but instead of being a dock, we have a ramp where a forklift or some vehicle could drive in and out of the building as necessary. Typically, we have 2 of those on each of these buildings on each end. So in this case, since this is a double loaded building, we have 4 of them located. In regards to parking, as I mentioned, in addition to the trailer spaces, we also have banked trailer spaces, truck trailer spaces. So you'll see there's a double row. We have a second row of stalls, and also on the east side, we have a second row. We're not constructing them today. They'll be there for the future if needed by the tenants that come in there. However, the site has been designed in terms of the impervious coverage, the stormwater management, things to that nature, as if we could, but we're not going to put them out there day one. As well as that, you know what I forgot to mention, but I'll mention it on here. We're also including electrical charging stations. I know that was a comment from your professionals to make sure we show that. And Vina mentioned some bike racks. You'll see here for building 3 that we have 8 electrical charging stations at the north end with 55 bike racks, and 8 on the south end and 55 bike racks. I forgot to mention that over on the building number 2, further to the north, 5 electrical spaces and 26 bike racks there. And at the end of all this, I'll go and just give you some total numbers so you got them all completed. Clearly on this, just for quick circulation, again, the loop road that's circulating around is 30 foot in width. You'll see they have the ability to have separate access into the car parking lot, solely into the cars, 9 by 18 parking stalls, 24-foot drive aisles in and around that area. The drive aisles circulating the building for the trucks is 30 foot in width. The corridor for maneuvering is 70 feet wide. Each dock is going to be 60 feet in length and have 13.5-foot widths. The parking stalls for the trucks or the truck loading just for the parking of the trailers are 50 feet in width and 12 feet wide. 50 feet in depth and 12 feet in width. Again, the parking lot to the south end of this building also has separate access off of the loop road. Again, separating for safety reasons, car circulation and truck circulation very easily. Okay, as I further go to the north, you can see our final 2 buildings. The one farthest to the south is labeled building number 1. Building number 1 is 277,538 square feet, has 10,710 square feet of office in it, leaving a balance of 266,828 square feet of warehouse. There's 34 dock stations along the south east side of the building. 34 dock stations and 2 drive-ups, again, at the end, either end of those. There's 141 parking stalls that are located along the west side of this building. And again, we also have 6 electrical charging stations included in there and 37 bike racks as well. Again, you can see the circulation, separate driveway for the trucks to get in and out, and separate access points for the vehicles, again, keeping them separated. We also have for here 28 trailer spaces for parking of the trucks along the east side. And again, an additional 6 that are banked in there if needed. And again, same story. If we need to construct them, we'll construct them otherwise. And again, the whole site's designed for it, but otherwise we wouldn't build them right up front. In terms of the last building, which is building number 4, just to the west. Again, this building is 271,000 square feet, 348 square feet, total of 10,711 square feet of office with a total warehouse space of 260,637 square feet. This also has 36 docks, 2 drive-ups on either end. It has 28 trailer spaces that you can see designated on the south end of that building. There's 148 car parking spaces on the north end of that building. And again, same type of configuration with 30-foot lanes where the tractor trailers would be driving and potentially circulating, and 24-foot where the cars would be circulating. Clear circulation in and around each of these facilities. So just zooming back out. Again, access coming in off of Route 9, circulating into the site, easy flow to each of these buildings. Tonight, we're not going to be discussing truly signage and any variances. We have wayfinding signage proposed. We have identification signage, and just making sure that any tractor trailer or person coming to work here would clearly have designation to see where building 1, 2, 3, 4 is located and directing them accordingly, as well as the tenant. In terms of if you're coming there as a tractor trailer for the first time, you'll see where to go. That would be done at a later date, showing the specifics of that. But again, we'll work that out as we move forward into this project, the details of the project. I will note there is an access point out at the far south end of the site that goes out to White Oak Lane. What I want everyone to understand, this is not, and again, not intended for tractor trailers. The intent here is to only have cars use it if and only needed when. Again, the majority of the traffic would be coming off of Route 9, but it could be there. The intent here, and again, we know there are tractor trailers on Route 516, which is where White Oak Lane ends up going down to. Proper signage will be provided to prevent vehicles and trucks from leaving that site to going out to White Oak Lane. I had mentioned there is the potential, and there's a project separate of this to extend White Oak Lane as part of your master plan over to Jake Brown Road. Everyone may be familiar, in all this gray, dark area that's along the north side of this facility as part of this golf course is Tennant Brook. There's a significant flood hazard area there. There's wetlands associated with it, and getting a road through there is a very difficult challenge with permitting from the NJDEP. We are working through that in terms of getting an individual permit. We are doing the stormwater management design, evaluation of the flood hazard area. We would be constructing a bridge and all of that as a separate project. But if and when that does occur, then there's the potential for tractor trailers would be allowed to use out to Jake Brown Road. And that would be, again, if cars went out to White Oak Lane, trucks, they would only be allowed to go right when White Oak Lane extension was constructed over to Jake Brown Road. That's not going to happen at this time and will not be allowed to have trucks leave this site at this time. Hope that's clear. Before I get into the stormwater management and some grading items, which is a significant challenge on this site, as you can see, and I mentioned there's wetlands and flood hazard areas. Just real quickly, we will be bringing primary electric services into this off of Route 9, connecting into what services are out of White Oak Lane, and be connected and looped throughout the site to provide the electric service and gas service as necessary. Similarly, along the lines of water and sanitary sewer, we will have a collection system throughout the roadway network and tying into the systems. We are into the Old Bridge MUA for preliminary review. We have not obtained that approval yet, but again, we've been in constant communication with them, and we understand and know that we have capacity and those things. You may be familiar with the development, with the large residential development northwest of here that as the Oaks development, we know there's sanitary sewer capacity. We'll be tying into those trunk lines that have been constructed. There's no concern with that. And in terms of storm water as well, we have a loop system, 10-inch mains going around, fire department connections, hydrants throughout the site. We do need a review with your fire marshal, similar to last night's conversation. I've talked to him. We don't have a concern with complying with what he needs. We just will sit down with him and get the exact details of exactly what he wants to see in terms of where the striping is. We have no concerns with circulation, as I mentioned earlier. And in terms of the flows and the calculations, all of that will be provided as this project progresses to be fully compliant with what he needs to have. I'm gonna take a deep breath and just go into the last element of stormwater utilities, which is stormwater management. This project in totality will and is meeting the NJDEP new stormwater management regulations. There's new regulations adopted the beginning of this year in March. And in our conversations with them, this is the first and largest project that they have seen. And we've talked to them many times on what we're coming in on, how we're designing it. It's different than has been done in years past. Many times for facilities like this, we'd end up with just 1 or 2 or 3 big giant basins. Well, with this site and the new regulations, which includes a significant amount of green infrastructure, which is great for the environment, improving recharge, water quality, really creating, I'll say, habitat as part of the stormwater management systems. This design is fully in compliance with the new stormwater management regulations. Just in general, I mentioned the Tennant Brook along our north side. That flows from east to west, or from, let's just call from Route 9 towards the backside of the White Oak Lane extension. All of the facilities of this project, which are laid to the south of the Tennant Brook, eventually, when it rains or any drop of water hits the ground, it will follow ditches and streams and things to that nature to get into the Tennant Brook. Therefore, all of our stormwater management will ultimately go back to where it comes from, or where it goes today, which is in the Tennant Brook. With that, we have designed 21 different stormwater management basins as part of this development. I'm not going to spend much time going through every single 21 and put everybody to sleep, but I will tell you, along each of the parking lots and larger parking fields, we have basins on either side. Around the buildings, we have multiple basins. The green areas around the parking areas, I'm pointing to 3 different ones around building 2 are basins. If you look in and around building 3, the largest building, we have about 7 different basins circulating around in that area. As part of the new stormwater management regulations, we collect the asphalt areas, smaller drainage areas up to 2.5 acres, and we drop those into small scale water quality and recharge basins throughout this site. We're trying to get water to be cleansed and with water quality and get back into the ground in these smaller basins. We're utilizing porous pavement throughout this project in areas of the loading docks of porous concrete. Again, we have special concrete mixes to do this, and having aerated soil to allow the water to percolate through it, get into the soil, and then into under drains and into the larger basins, which are also different. Typically, you're used to seeing large detention basins with nothing in it, a big grass field. Well, now the DEP is requiring us to do either of 1 or 2 things. We're doing bioretention basins, constructed wetlands, or recharge basins that allow water. We may have smaller cleansing ponds in advance and going in. What I will tell you is This project will be a pioneer down at the DEP as it is going through and partially part of getting into their review to make sure that we are compliant with all of their regulations. And as I mentioned, 21 different features to show that and provide better water by the time it gets to the Tennant Brook than it does today as it rolls off a golf course.
Right, but bottom line, we will comply, Mr. Cahill.
Yes.
And Mr. Cahill, is any part of the stormwater management system, does any of it contain underground basins?
There are no underground basins in a sense where traditional underground basins, we have water that can infiltrates through porous concrete that
Yes.
goes into stone chambers and then has under drains to get it to where it will be. There's water that's being stored there, but this is all going to be what I'll call green infrastructure that's going into this.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that helps. All right. In regards to the balance of my testimony, what I'd like to just add on to is in terms of lighting, we're using site light poles, typically what you see in facilities like this. There's about 99 of them throughout the site, 30 feet high, LED light fixtures throughout, the most energy efficient fixtures we can find to provide adequate in-site fixtures. We also have 85 building mounted lights up along these buildings to provide and throw light down into the loading areas. And then we do also have 63 canopy lights, which are really focused in and around the pedestrian areas where the office areas are. Again, our intent there, we're not requesting any variances. We do have a couple waivers. We actually have a little bit of darker areas in the rear parking areas where trucks are stored. Not a concern from our end from safety. We're the ones that are signing and sealing this. But if you can envision on the back end of a tractor trailer where no one's going to walk, and we may have a little bit darker area back there, we're at a 0.6 versus what we're needing to be 0.8. Again, not concerned, or 1 foot candle, excuse me. Things like that, I believe we've provided safe and adequate lighting throughout the site and safe. In terms of landscaping, interesting enough, again, we have significant comments from your professionals, similar to my dialogue last night. We will work through that with your professionals to make sure that we're compliant with this. The intent is not to have any waivers from your redevelopment plan, and I'll touch on that in a second. We are throwing over approximately 1,300 plants and species throughout the parking lot areas. And then you get into the constructed wetlands, the infiltration basins, or the bioretention basins. Each one of those have their own planting schedules, and the amount of plants there hasn't been fully determined as we work through at the DEP, but we're talking about acres of land that have to be planted in an area to comply with these criteria for vegetated wetlands, bioretention basins, and things to that nature. And you'll see throughout the plan set different tables identifying the areas of the types of materials that have to be there. There's no true numbers traditionally, but it is extensive to create that environment or that habitat. The green infrastructure stormwater truly creates habitats as part of the basins, unlike basins in years past that you're traditionally used to see when you drive up and down the highway. So it'll be interesting, especially since this site was a golf course. There is significant amount of wetlands that are LOIs into the DEP. We expect to get that before the end of the year. We've spent, I'll say, days in the field, if not weeks in the field with the DEP reviewers. We're all on the same page with where those lines are, what we're showing you tonight. We are confident that we will be compliant with the NJDEP's regulations for wetlands. We will be requesting permits as part of this application with the wetlands for discharge of our stormwater management. We have a couple transition area waivers as well, a couple ditches that need to be filled but replaced with basins. Things to that nature, all GPs that we will be obtaining, and we expect to have all of that buttoned up in the early part of 2022. In regards to DOT, I'll let our traffic engineer talk about it, but we do not have a DOT permit, like a major access permit required. He'll talk about his dialogue with the DOT and the work permit that he's working through. In regards to the county, applications going in there for them as well. Again, we're not impacting any of their roads or structures. And lastly, we're filed with the Soil Erosion Soil Conservation District, and we expect to get approval from them as well as they review this. I just want to state for the record, as part of this development and in being in the redevelopment zone, as your professionals have identified in their reports, we are fully compliant with the bulk standards. We do not intend to request any variances from that. There's a couple items identified with basins being close to buffers and some additional planting needed. Again, we can work through with your professionals so that we're in a position not requesting any deviations from the redevelopment plan. This plan is consistent with that. I think it's important to identify we're far below the allowances for the building coverage of FAR, as well as for the coverage areas in terms of minimum 40% landscape. We're closer to 75%. Mark, I know I went fast. I think that was hitting all the highlights. If you think I want to go back, we want to go back and hit something, bring me back.
I think you hit it, Mr. Cahill, and we're open for questions from the board at this point for your testimony.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cahill. I'd like to open it up to questions from our board professionals.
Good evening, Chairman. I would like to go first, only because I just want to give board members a brief overview of this project, because the work on this area actually started months back. And as you may recall, in September, I was in front of the Township Council. I was in front of the planning board with a redevelopment plan for this entire area. So in April of 2021, we reviewed the area we did an area investigation study to see if it complies with the redevelopment laws and if the area can be assigned as an area in need of redevelopment. Subsequently, we crafted a plan. There was enormous work that went into the redevelopment plan. It was not a typical redevelopment plan where mostly the land uses and the bulk standards and design standards are discussed. In this plan, Nicole and I worked very hard to come up, review the entire area, the land uses, to come up with a strong circulation plan. Because one, when the land uses were evaluated, we looked at the existing residential communities, the approved plans, like we have the Oaks development right across the street with single family homes, multifamily homes, and townhomes. We have apartments in the vicinity. Now this area would be an extension to our industrial zone, because the ST zone, which lies closer to Bordentown or Waterworks Road, is right next to this area. This area is advantageous because it has direct access to Route 9. So when the land use was we came up with a list of land uses, it was quite essential to look at the roadway system and to see whether the existing roadway system really would support a development like this. So I am going to share my screen. Keith, can I stop you from sharing? Thank you so much. On the screen right now, you have is the circulation plan. So originally what you see in the dotted black lines is the roadway system that was based on the 2009 circulation plan. Obviously, the plan was written 20 years back. It needed to be reevaluated. There were certain roadways that had already been built, which were not consistent with the original circulation plan. But what was important is the township has been trying for many, many years to get a connection between County Route 516 and White Oak Lane extension. What you see here, and I hope you see the cursor, this is Jake Brown Road, which connects, this is 516, Jake Brown Road, which comes into this area. This is the Old Bridge Rifle and Pistol Club, but there were plans to connect Jake Brown Road and then connect it back to White Oak Lane, and so that it intersects at this location. What you see in dotted is what was proposed based on the plan. Also, this is why this is the Oaks development. As part of the Brunetti's Oaks development approval, Brunetti organization was supposed to build the White Oak Lane extension. But as you can see, there are extensive constraints, there are enormous wetlands. And so this connection never happened. So when we were writing the redevelopment plan, we started looking and analyzing the wetlands and the connections to see how we can improve the circulation within the area. What you see on the screen in red is the new proposed roadway. So now Jake Brown Road, which in right here is what is existing. We propose a connection to White Oak Lane right here so that it meets at a T. White Oak Lane would extend like this and go around and come and intersect with White Oak Lane, which is within the Oaks development. This was part of the Oaks development approval. There is a tiny section which is still not built by Brunetti. This portion was never built. So there was no proper connection between these areas. As part of the plan and as part of the redevelopment plan, any developer who comes in would have to enter into a pilot agreement, would have to enter into a redevelopers agreement and work on these offsite improvements or these public improvements that are very crucial or critical to any development within this area. So now I just want to focus more on Jake Brown Road because our project tonight is located in this area. So I think Keith already spoke about the White Oak extension and how we have redesigned it such that it meets in front of the White Oak White Oak Lane within the Brunetti development. But what you see here, Jake Brown Road, it abruptly ends around this area. We've been, the original plan was to have this extension and two connections going on to Waterworks Road. When we started reevaluating, Nicole and myself, we started studying the wetlands. What came to our mind was realigning Jake Brown Road in this fashion. And the reason being is, this is Brown's Road right here. Conrail had requested NJDOT to look at this area because the railway line actually has a T intersection with Brown's Road right here. There's a T intersection here with Bordentown Road. This is Brown's Road. And then you have the railway line that runs perpendicular. It was noticed that the tractors and trailers, when they pass through this, there is a hump in the roadway, or the grading is such that the base of these trailers get scraped. So the Conrail had made that request to NJDOT to investigate this intersection and see if there can be any safety measures put in place so that we could avoid that situation. NJDOT's investigation team had their diagnostic team called for a meeting with the township officials, Conrail and NJDOT. And at that meeting, it was decided that the township would prepare contract plans to regrade Brown Road in order to decrease the grading and also eliminate the scraping and the damage to the trucks. In exchange, NJDOT would construct the improvements on Brown Road in order to mitigate the deterioration. And NJDOT will also upgrade all signal equipments at this railroad crossing. I give you all that information because now, once Jake Brown Road is aligned and aligns with the newly constructed Browns Road, and just to give you an update, our engineering office has submitted final plans for review to NJDOT prior to construction, so they are being currently evaluated. But when Jake Brown Road is aligned right in front of this intersection and Browns Road is a signalized intersection, it will have a safer movement, traffic circulation within this area. Because currently what happens is most of the truck traffic, because we have industrial users right here, most of this truck traffic is diverted along this way onto Bordentown Avenue. However, when we have a direct connection in front of Browns Road, which is a signalized intersection, they could easily make safer turns on Bordentown Avenue. Also, our engineering office has submitted a grant application to resurface and widen this section of waterworks between Cheesequake Road and Browns Road. So this grant application was recently submitted. We also received a grant for $900,000 plus to for improvements and along Cheesequake Road and Perrine Road. So there are going to be significant improvements along in this area, apart from what the developer is committed to do in order to build this project. So there is Jake Brown Road South Extension, there's White Oak Lane Extension, there is Jake Brown Road Extension to the west, and also there will be improvements along Fairway Lane. When the circulation plan was crafted, we took extra efforts to craft the street composition. So this is going to be a multimodal plan wherein there will be bike lanes, there will be pedestrian connections, there will be sidewalks wherever possible. Because again, remember, there are some environmental constraints in certain sections of White Oak Lane. It may not be able for the developer to practically put in a sidewalk or a shoulder. So the language was carefully crafted to allow that flexibility. But this project is not just the development on the property that you're seeing tonight. It involves a lot of roadway improvements. All these improvements, all these will be included and discussed as part of the pilot agreement. So should the board act favorably on the application, please remember that one of the conditions of approval would be that the developer enters into a pilot and redevelopers agreement. The phasing and the construction of these offsite roadway improvements will be detailed in the redevelopers agreement. I think one of the comments we had was that for any of these improvements, the applicant would have to work with the township officials, the board consultant, and wherever required, whether it's DOT, DEP, but involve us when they are working towards these improvements. You may not see them right away, but these are capital improvement projects which Nicole's office will be diligently working on and focusing on. So I thought that it was important to give you this background so that you know what's going to happen in the vicinity and how the truck traffic or the movement, how the trucks would move. Also, you have to remember that there are no trucks allowed on 516. So when you come out of this development on White Oak Lane, trucks will not be allowed to make a turn, left turn on White Oak Lane. So they will not be able to go on 516. The only connection from 516 into this development will be for passenger vehicles or people who work in the development. There will be no trucks diverted to that side of the township. So most of the truck circulation will be Route 9, Jake Brown Road. In terms of reviewing the application, I know that there were a bunch of design standards or questions that we had. Landscaping, definitely I would recommend that should the board act favorably on this application, the applicant works with a planning office, ERI associates, so that we can come up with a landscape plan that is acceptable, because I have few concerns about the landscaping that is proposed along the Glenwood apartment side. And I did bring that up with the engineer. So we will fine tune the landscaping plan as we work on this. Signage, I did mention in our memo that the proposed signage, the monument signs, would have triggered a variance, but if you look at the entire parcel, it is 200+ acres. There are 4 buildings on the property. Each of this building really requires an identification sign. So the site on the whole requires one sign, but then these buildings also need some sort of identification. I would like to work with the applicant to come up with a signage plan that works for the entire site before they come back in front of the planning board again for final site plan. There were comments related to buffers, which we will have to reevaluate, or we would have to take a look at. I think there is one instance where the stormwater basin lies within along White Oak Lane, where slightly the stormwater basin encroaches into the buffer. In the past, when I have reviewed applications, any sort of encroachment, whether it's a stormwater basin or any tiny structure into the buffer, has triggered a variance. So the applicant has agreed to work with us to eliminate that condition. And I think that's all on my end. Rakesh, if I missed something, please jump in.
I think you got everything, Lena. Good job. Mr. Chairman, I think Vina did an excellent job of going through all the redevelopment plan requirements and everything. We do have a pretty extensive review letter, which Mr. Cahill provided much of the testimony that we had requested. A lot of the items in our letter are very detail oriented as far as providing additional information, clarification, some plan revisions, which I don't believe there's any issue with. So I don't have any questions for Mr. Cahill at this time. So I'll let Mr. Paulo Castro, continue with his presentation.
Okay, if we could first open it up to any questions from the board members for Mr. Cahill. Does anybody have any pressing questions that can't wait till the end?
I have one that I do have a question on. If you could bring up that site plan again. Mr. Cahill, the one that you had up, please. So looking at, what is that, building number 3? The big one?
The large one.
Yes.
Yep.
So obviously I have some concerns about the size, but I could wait for later on to talk about that. I do have a question on the proximity to the Glenwood apartments. It looks fairly close, and the way that I know the property line kind of undulates here and there. Is there, Vina, or any of our board professionals, are there any concerns of the proximity of that building of that size so close to residential? Whether it's noise, line of sight, or anything like that, are there causes for us to be concerned with that?
Mr. Chairman, we do have some, the redevelopment plan requires a buffer along that area, a 50-foot vegetative buffer. In our letter, we do have some comments regarding some encroachments that are into that buffer, and the applicant, I believe, has agreed that they're going to work with us to modify the plan to respect that buffer. And one of the things that we also recommend is an assessment of the quality of that vegetation as well. So should the board act favorably on this application, it would be subject to a site visit during construction to assess the quality of that vegetation, and we would request that the applicant then supplement vegetation at the direction of the board's or the township's inspecting engineer. And
that will be a condition for final approval, because again, this is just preliminary approval.
That's correct. That's correct, Mr. Chairman. It's something that we can certainly, what we anticipate, since the applicant is seeking preliminary approval, is that between preliminary and final approval, should the board act favorably on this application, we would work with the applicant's professionals to review our comments, and at the time of final, our recommendation would be that regardless of the changes that are made, the quality of that buffer should be assessed at the time of construction, and the buffer should be supplemented if necessary.
Mr.
Hey,
Dargy, so right now, is it too close with the buffers? That's what it is?
So there are some encroachments, Mr. De Palma. I think, Keith, you might be able to actually point them out with your cursor, just some areas where the drainage basin there is into the buffer. That
Yeah.
drive aisle gets a little close also. So those are the things that we need to go and sit down with the applicant and see if we can massage the site plan to create a little extra room in those areas.
Now, Mr. Cahill,
Yeah, go ahead.
just real quick, just for edification purposes, I know sometimes it's difficult for the layperson to take scale looking at a building this size, but
Sure.
from the corner of that building, just again for scale purposes, approximately how far is it to the nearest residential building?
Okay, so we got just under 200 feet to the property line. And you're not gonna see me. Let's see. I'm gonna go to a different sheet to give you a distance to the left of here, sorry. Give me a moment.
So Chairman Marucci,
Yes.
I remember evaluating this when I was writing the redevelopment plan, and I believe if you look at the closest building to the property line, it is again around 150 feet, and then you have roughly 200 feet to the building. So there is 300 to 300 feet between the building and the nearest building and the proposed building.
I was just gonna say,
Okay.
in regards to this, the closest point is 98 feet to the property line to the building, which is right here. But then you can see you have another 200 feet of natural landscaping coming across. If you come to this corner, you that property jogs. So you have that 200 feet. And then to get across the roadway, excuse me, and to the nearest structure is another 100 feet to there. So that gives you that scale that you're in the neighborhood of a football field from building to the next to our structure at a
Okay.
minimum. And the encroachment, just so we're clear, is the detention basin that's shaded here has to be outside of that. So we're going to scale that back and create just additional and supplemental landscaping along that buffer edge, probably with some evergreens and things too, because the natural vegetation in there isn't as heavy as evergreen. It's more deciduous. So doing that will provide additional screening in that direction.
And without the luxury of a topo, is there a drastic grade change from the residential structures to the pad, parking area's surface?
No, there isn't a drastic grade change at all in regards to that. To know exact, I don't have that figure off the top of my head.
Okay, but nothing drastic. And then how tall is the building?
Building's 50 feet maximum height, and the architect will describe that as well.
Okay.
So none of the existing natural vegetation that is there is going to be touched. So you're going to have that buffering plus whatever additional buffering you're going to be putting in.
So the natural vegetation in this area is going to be maintained entirely. And then there's an area where inside of our property, we would have to supplement some of the clearing with some evergreens.
Mr. De Palma, I just want to chime in something because when we were working on the redevelopment plan, our township attorney, Mr. Roselli, and I had actually inspected the deeds for this property. This is part of the Glenwood apartment development, and this portion you see here is deed restricted to only providing this roadway connection. So this vegetation on the neighboring property would also be maintained in the natural state, and that is the requirement of Glenwood Apartments approvals.
Okay, I just want to make sure for the residents that that are there, right? I thought it was a 30-foot building, a 50-foot building a football field away is still pretty close, right? You have a good arm, you can throw a baseball that far. I just want to make sure that we're not taking down, because some of those trees are fairly healthy. I was back there not too long ago. I know that they're pretty big and stuff like that. I just want to make sure that we're not infringing on those residents whatsoever.
Mr. Chair, if I may. It's Gary Lavallo. Just to
Yes,
follow
Mr.
up with Mr. De Palma's comments, but the majority of those trees there are large oaks. There's very few pines in that section. And being deciduous trees at this time of year, you could see straight through there. One of the examples I wanted to bring forth was when the Avalon development was going up, there was a question about seeing through the trees. And when you go to the back of the Avalon development, you could see clear through to Cindy Street and Saywood South. And that's 200 feet. You can see the baseball fields as you can walk right up to the creek and take a look at that. So this area over here where the small basin is, if it's not adequately buffered, that's going to be a clear shot to that 50-foot building. Even through 200 feet of trees, especially when they lose the leaves, you're going to have a clear shot to that building. That road is very close to the Glenwood Road. I don't remember the name of that road. And trucks coming through there, it's going to be like a billboard passing every few minutes. So it's really got to take an effort. And Mr. Cahill has to work with his architects to make a good effort at providing some substantial evergreens in there that will buffer for 365 days of the year.
Yeah, I can tell you, I can tell you, we would agree to that condition on the extensive evergreens. So we can stipulate for the record that we would do that.
As long as there's enough space
Yeah.
to plant them.
No, I think it's a fair comment.
Okay.
And that's the main, that roadway right there, that's the main roadway that to get to buildings, what is that, building 1 and 4?
Yes.
That's the main thoroughfare, the only thoroughfare really, right? Because everything else goes really to the truck parking.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll work on that. We'll work on that screening and buffering along this curve and to infill this area to buffer.
Okay.
Great.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, do we have any more questions of this witness?
I have a question.
Mr. Lenning?
Do we know the hours of operation for these buildings?
Not knowing the specific tenant, we're going to be leaving that open to allow operations if it was 24/7. But I think when you see operations from a facility, it probably is less than that.
And I don't know if a truck driver would utilize a Jake brake in this this type of roadway, but would the Jake brakes be prohibited on the site?
I'm sure we could, if there was a concern, especially if it's, after 10 o'clock hour or something like that, I'm sure. I don't expect high rates of speed. So again, I don't think you're going to have that type of braking, as you mentioned. But if there was, we wanted to put a sign up or something like that, I'm sure we wouldn't be opposed to doing so.
And there's no major grade changes where Jake brake would be attractive to a driver?
I'm sorry, say that again?
And there's no major grade changes where a Jake brake would come into play
No.
with the driver?
No, everything here is in general, again, I'll say in general flat to
Pretty
get
flat.
everything to work here.
Okay,
That's all I have.
that's it. Okay, thank you, Casey. All right, anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question.
Mr.
What about-
Schmitz?
Yeah, what about light spillage in the area of Glenwood?
No, we'll assure that especially along this residential area, we'll keep everything shielded and focused towards the building and the roadway.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Okay, anyone else?
A question from me. If I may.
Sure, Mr. Lavallo.
Yes, for Mr. Cahill, are you a receipt of the report I submitted December 6th?
I do not believe I have that.
It's an 8-page report.
I believe the report was emailed.
It wasn't attached to the back of the report I got today.
No, I believe it was sent earlier.
Yeah, there's quite a few items in there I wanted you to touch
Well,
on. You don't have a report.
Mr. Lavallo, we were talking last night as well, and to be fair, and knowing that this is preliminary, we do want to have time to absorb your comments and give them fair understanding from our side so that we could work through properly addressing them. Similar to the review letter that we received today from the town's professionals. There's many things in here. I scanned through them. There's nothing super scary that we can't handle or resolve. I want to have an opportunity to review yours, but I'm confident that we can review and go through this to provide and come to a good solution in advance coming back prior for a final, assuming things move forward, a final site plan application.
What I'd like to just emphasize is that the golf course, being familiar with it, I know there are a substantial amount of heritage trees in there that qualify under the definition of our ordinance. And one of the requirements I have is to go and find those because they're important to the report and the development. So one of the things, if you could, is to start figuring out how to get those heritage tree data to me.
Okay.
And just one more general comment. I won't go through any of the more of the report until you have an opportunity to look at it. But since it is a golf course, there's a lot of paths that go through there. And I was wondering if you intend on utilizing any of those paths, the existing paths for possible walking path for any of the employees or residents that use those paths to walk through the facility.
That has to be reviewed a little bit in further detail. I mean, our intention, there's a significant portion of the golf course that is in areas that we can't touch, and we're not intending to touch that, right? So those paths can stay. And we would have to look to see if we can make connectivity to them or just leave them in place, the parts that aren't being disturbed or is outside of our limit of disturbance, and leave them for walking if somebody wanted to get to them. But to truly say start here and end here, that exercise was not performed at this time.
Okay, there's a lot of bridges that do cross the streams in there, which I figure may be advantageous to use them while they're there. But we'll when you get a chance to review that, we'll discuss that further.
We will look at that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Anything
Chairman,
else,
I have a
Mr.
question.
Lavalla? Okay, Mr. Garcia.
Regarding noise, how do we stop the noise from, let's say, on a weekend or late at night, or will there be noise from these trucks?
I mean, if you look at tractor trailers 600 and some feet away, and some of those buildings a lot closer, the residential buildings, to Route 9, those tractor trailers are driving at 55, 65 miles an hour on Route 9. And they're stopping hard at intersections and making an acceleration different than when you're in a complex driving around at low rates of speed. So the noise comparative is just look, if I just zoom out and you see what the proximity, and again, we're off of Route 9, but you can see where Route 9 lies relative to the complex and things. That noise in and around our buildings is very minimal. Trucks pull in, they're going to be into their stall, shut their engines off. There's no idling, things to that nature. So I really don't expect the noise to be any worse. It should be less than what Route 9 provides out there, because vehicles are traveling at a high rate of speed. And
Moreover,
significant break.
we will comply with the state statute on noise for sure.
Yeah, I mean, from our operations, we have to be in compliance.
We have to be in
with the state
compliance with
ordinance.
the state statute for sure.
Okay, and this brings into play Mr. Lemming's question about the Jake break.
Sure.
And also air start. Air start.
I'm sorry?
If they start with air, it's rather noisy.
Yes, startup, they can be. Okay. Any other comments from the board members or questions? And if not, Mr. Polacastro, we can move on to your next witness.
Okay, Mr. Valenza. Make your
Chairman Marucci, before the next witness starts, I just want to bring it to your attention that the fire chief had also issued a memo. I do not see the fire chief. No, I do see him, so he can chime in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Vina, he's here.
I think if he has any questions, concerns, he can bring them up now.
Okay. Mr. Miller, any questions or concerns from your standpoint?
No, I mean, we spoke pretty much with the applicant on the phone, and we'll be working with them to work on any issues that we have. So we should be pretty good with that.
So nothing really outstanding in your mind at this point?
No, the only thing we had was hydrant spacing and fire lanes, which will be later on in the project.
Okay, so you don't see anything prohibitive at this point, for the record? Okay. All right, Mr. Polacastro, if you could bring your next witness.
Mr. Valenza, please.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good
Great.
evening.
Mr. Valenza, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Larry Valenza, Valenza, with M&H Architects in St. Louis.
Thank you.
And your credentials, please, for the record.
Sure. I'm a principal at M&H Architects, and I am the lead of our industrial building department. I have a Bachelor of Architecture from the University of Kansas. I've been practicing architecture for 33 years. I'm licensed in 16 states, New Jersey being one of them.
You've testified in New Jersey before?
I have in probably 15 to 18 townships.
Great, thank you.
Not in Old Bridge yet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valenza.
Please proceed.
Keith, can you pull up sheet PB03? Since these are 4 companion buildings with similar detailing, I'm just going to present one of them. And what I say about this one really applies to all of them. So,
Great.
So which
Now, is
building?
this exhibit
which-
something that was already submitted to the board, or is this a new exhibit we're going to be marking?
this is an exhibit that's exactly the same as what has already been submitted.
Okay, so we don't need to mark that separately.
Correct. So there it is. Can everybody
So
see
describe-
that?
So describe this exhibit, please, for the board and the public.
Okay, these are the building elevations of building 3, which is the largest building. All 4 buildings have similar detailing. You know, the size of the building varies. I think showing the biggest one probably has the most impact. The other ones will just be smaller versions of this. But what we try to do is the building's going to be constructed of concrete wall panels. And we use painted surfaces, 4 different colors, and we stay with neutral colors. So there's 4 grays. There's a light gray, a medium gray, a dark gray, and then a very deep accent gray. And then there are some minor areas of a terracotta color accents which pick up on the canopy at the entrance, which I'll talk about on the next exhibit. But the colors are applied in blocks so that it sort of helps to reduce the scale of the building. And those dark vertical elements that you see, yes, down the long walls, those help break it up into smaller pieces even more. And you can see the top of that wall is slightly lower where the dark vertical accent is, and that helps to break up the long parapet line and kind of give a little relief to that long straight line of that building. So we're trying to
we're trying to minimize the scale of what are naturally just very large buildings. The vast majority of the building, I know we said 50 feet, but it's really 46'6" to the top of the parapet. And then at the entrance, we have a couple of those light gray, almost white panels that are 1.5 feet taller. So that's the tallest point of the building, and that's 48 feet. So it's not quite 50 feet tall. These will be 40 feet clear, which is kind of the standard for these buildings in that region. And so it'll attract the most amount of tenants by having that clear space inside, but we try to minimize the outside height at the same time. So 46'6" is generally the height of the wall all the way around the building, with a couple of small exceptions. The elevations include clear story windows on the dock walls, and that helps give a little more detail to those large walls. And it also brings daylight into the speed bays, where most of the people are in the speed bays and the loading bays inside that building. So brings in a little daylight and adds a little interest to the elevations as well. And then the offices are at the four corners of the building. And Keith, if you could switch to that rendering exhibit. And they correspond generally with where the parking lots were shown on the site plan. So anywhere you saw car parking, this will be the corner element at the building. This is a new exhibit that was not submitted. It's a typical office corner rendering dated 9/20/21.
So we should probably mark that.
So that'll be, I don't know, can't remember what we were on.
A4, I believe.
Okay. So this is the typical office corner.
So is there a revision date on this document? This is entitled, maybe read the caption in the revision date.
It's the date on it is 9/20/21.
Great, thanks.
And so this is the entrance of the building. We like on these buildings where the office corners are to make a statement. It's impossible to drive up to this building and not know where to go in, especially if you're a visitor. So the office corner has a substantial amount of glass, very tall glass area. All the entry elements are a very grand scale. And there's that canopy design that kind of wraps around. It's bold. It provides deep shadow lines to signify the points of entry. And it's clad in a metal panel in this deep orange color, kind of a terracotta. So we have the neutral colors of the building, and then we try to use somewhat of a natural color, but something that stands out a little more to signify entrance. There's some form liner applied that's hard to tell at this distance from the building, but when you walk up to the building, there's form liner to give the surface of the panel a texture. So it's a little more nicer to the human scale when a visitor approaches pedestrians and car traffic as well when you drive by. So those panels, those darker areas of panel that you see around the entrance have a form liner surface that gives it some shadow lines, some relief. And it just gives it a little bit softer feeling than a smooth panel. One thing to note is that we hold rooftop equipment back at least one bay from the parapet wall. So nothing bothers us more than trying to design a beautiful building and then being able to see rooftop equipment on top of it. So we push it back away from the edge, and the height of these panels and the sight lines from the adjacent roadways naturally cuts off your vision to the rooftop equipment. So they're set back. You really just can't see them from the ground, which is a positive. And I know there was discussion earlier about noise, and the rooftop units really are not noisy at all. Even when you're on the roof with them running, they're not noisy, and that by pushing them back, it also creates a way to cut off any noise. The sound of those really gets reflected upward and dissipates. So it's never been an issue on any of our industrial buildings. So that's a brief overview. I try to be as brief as I can, and I'll be happy
That's
to
great.
answer questions.
Great, thank you.
Okay, from the board professionals, do we have any questions of Mr. Valenza? Or any comments?
I don't have any questions for the applicant's architect, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have any questions for the architect as well. We did work, or we had reviewed the elevations before, and the township officials had given their input. And I believe what you are seeing on the screen is our elevations, which already incorporated some of our comments. So I don't have any further comments.
Okay, one question I do have before opening it to the board members. How tall is the parapet itself from the actual roof surface?
The roof undulates a little bit to get drainage to roof drains.
Mhm.
And so it varies. It's roughly a foot. Some places it's a little more, some places it's a little less, but generally about a foot. So it's not a tall parapet.
So the parapet wall's a foot. Okay, I expected more than that.
We try to keep them low because it creates snowdrift on the roof and requires a lot heavier steel design. So on a building this large, of this area, footprint area, we try to minimize the weight of that steel in order for economics. So
Gotcha. And what type of roof drains? Are they scuppers or?
no, they're internal roof drains. So you won't
Internal.
see the downspouts come down inside and tie into underground piping. So you don't see any of them from outside.
Okay. Excellent. That's all for me. Anything from any of the board members? For Mr. Valenza?
Yeah, Ms. Valenza, just one quick question. You just mentioned snow, which brought up. So is the building itself structurally, from a snow load perspective and all of that, right? Is there like a specific capacity of snow that it can handle, or?
Yeah, the structural engineer, has to take all that into consideration in his structural calculations when sizing roof members. And snow load is the most basic thing that we design for. So it'll be designed for the snow load, for wind loads, because they create an opposite effect where there's uplift on the roof. So it's got to resist that as well. For the weight of the rooftop equipment. And also we build in some extra capacity for future solar panels. New Jersey, I don't know if you are aware, but New Jersey just enacted a new law that will kick in, I think, July of 2022. But all of these larger industrial buildings have to be designed with some area on the roof that will accommodate solar panels. We've been commonly doing that for many, many years in New Jersey and all over the Northeast. So it's just kind of standard design for us.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. De Palma?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, anybody else? If not, I'll pass it back to Mr. Policastro for his next witness.
Great, Mr. Seckler, please. I believe he just signed back on. Mr. Seckler, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Good evening, how are you?
Good.
How was your first hearing? Did you win?
It's still ongoing. I don't
Right.
make predictions.
Good. We'll have you sworn.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find you on my screen. I having a little trouble. Oh, there we go. All right, I see you. All right, Mr. Seckler, could you please, you were already doing it. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Matthew Seckler. That is Seckler. I'm principal at Stonefield Engineering and Design. Address is 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Great, and your credentials, please.
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science from Union College in Schenectady, New York, master's in city and regional planning from Rutgers University. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and also recognized professional traffic operations engineer, which requires both an examination and experience. I've been practicing field for over 15 years, been accepted before over 150 boards in the state of New Jersey as a traffic engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Seckler.
Great. Please proceed, Mr. Seckler.
Thanks. As part of this project, we prepared a traffic impact study. It was dated October 6, 2021 and was submitted to the board. I'll briefly go into what data we collected, the methodology we followed, what we did as part of our analysis, and the conclusions of that traffic study. Firstly, as part of this project, we conducted turning movement counts or traffic counts along the project vicinity. They were conducted on March 24, 2021 from 7 in the morning to 9 in the morning and 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Now, obviously, traffic volumes, especially in spring of 2021, just like in most of 2020, was a little irregular. So what we did is we took the counts that we conducted in 2021 and we looked at DOT data that was collected back in 2018 prior to the pandemic and adjusted our volumes accordingly to account for the lack of volume on the roads during the kind of pandemic time periods. So the counts that we conducted in March were about 18% lower than what would be typical during your morning peak hours and 14% lower than would be typical during your evening peak hours. So even though we did counts when the pandemic was ongoing, we were calibrated them up to the normal pre-pandemic traffic volumes that honestly still have not been reached at this point on the roadway networks. We're still seeing lesser volumes right now on the roadway networks than we did pre-pandemic. But again, we've made that adjustment as part of our traffic counts. We counted a number of intersections as part of this study to make sure that we got a full understanding of the corridor and potential traffic patterns for both any of the tractor trailers that would be utilizing the warehouse, as well as the passenger vehicles, the workers that would be going to and from this warehouse as well. The traffic counts included counting the intersections of Route 9 and Schulmeister, Route 9 and Jake Brown Road, Route 9 and Fairway Lane, 516 and the signalized intersection of Red Oak Bushnell Road, and Route 516 and White Oak Lane. That's an unsignalized intersection on Route 516. So we counted those intersections as those would be the intersections most impacted by a development such as this. We found that the morning peak hour, the time period was your normal rush hour period, is from 7:45 in the morning to 8:45 in the morning and 4:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. Like that's your typical rush hour peaks. That's what we notice in this area, not unlike most of New Jersey, where that really, a little bit before 9 o'clock is your rush hour in the morning, and a little before 6 p.m. is your rush hour in the evening. So that's what we found in terms of our counts on the roadway network. So we took that background data, that source data of what the traffic counts are like on this Route 9 corridor, Route 516 corridor, and needed to increase that traffic based on our proposed development. Determine how much traffic we would be generating, we utilize the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. What that is a manual where engineers like myself have sat and counted existing sites. So in this case, warehouses of various sizes, anywhere from 50,000 square foot warehouse to 3 million square foot warehouse complexes. And engineers like myself sit there with counters and count the number of cars and trucks that enter the site, and they come up with formulas to project what a typical warehouse would generate in terms of the amount of traffic. Now, obviously, this is the development of a number of different buildings. These buildings have no specific tenant in mind. So really the best practice is to utilize this average of all operating sites that the Institute of Transportation Engineers have counted and studied in the past. This is the same formulas that would be utilized by the Department of Transportation, Middlesex County, and nearly every other jurisdiction in the United States. They rely on these trip generation formulas as a definitive source for projecting traffic from future developments. In the case of this development, we would expect that this overall site would generate about 265 vehicles in the morning peak hour and 297 vehicles in the evening peak hour. Just to give some kind of comparisons in terms of what you'd to compare that to, that is actually less than you would expect coming in and out in an hour of your standard Wawa or Quick Check on Route 9. Wawa and Quick Check on Route 9 themselves would have more than probably upwards of 400 trips going in and out of their driveways. And this entire development, 1.5 and change million square feet of development is under 300 trips in the morning and in the evening peak hours. There's obviously, as part of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, they look at traffic generation from a vehicular standpoint, from a passenger vehicle standpoint, and a truck standpoint. For warehouses like this, these spec type warehouses, you'd expect, or the Institute of Transportation Engineers would expect about 13% of those trips in the morning to be tractor trailers, and about 15% of those trips in the evening to be tractor trailers. So again, just to kind of get an understanding of how much tractor trailer traffic we're talking about, it's about one new tractor trailer on the road, about 1 to every 2 minutes. So again, not an excessive amount of tractor trailer traffic, especially comparing it to the roadway volumes that already exist along Route 9. Route 9 carries about 5,000 vehicles in its busiest hour. That's both north and southbound. And we're adding, again, about between 30 and 50 tractor trailers to that travel pattern. Again, that's carrying 5,000 vehicles. So a very, very small percentage, less than 1% of the vehicles on the site would be on the roadway network on Route 9 would be tractor trailer. To understand how this traffic would impact the roadway network, we did a distribution analysis. It's important to note that all tractor trailer traffic from this site is going to utilize Route 9. There is no accessibility connecting this site to 516 for any type of tractor trailer use. So one of the benefits, I think, of this site is that it gets those tractor trailers and the majority of passenger vehicles right onto Route 9. In this case, generally at the intersection of Fairway, to get them north or south on Route 9. What we've seen from typical tractor trailer travel patterns based on the expected destinations, we do see a trend that would be sending the tractor trailers north when they leave the site and be coming in from the north as well. But obviously, based on the end users, there may be some vehicles that would look to go south. And again, they would be going south on Route 9. But again, these tractor trailers would utilize Fairway to go directly onto Route 9. As part of our analysis and our review of the circulation patterns, both on site and getting tractor trailers to the site, we looked at the turning templates and the radius as it relates to both the Fairway jug handle and the Jake Brown jug handle. Both those jug handles were not necessarily designed with tractor trailers in mind, making right-hand turns. So we actually have an executed permit to make modifications to those jug handles to allow for a smoother turn. So if tractor trailers are coming southbound on Route 9 and get off at the Fairway Lane exit, that if they want to make a right turn towards our site, they can make that turn without encroaching into any of the other travel lanes. So again, we're modifying that radii, providing a more gentle radii, not as severe, not as sharp as what you expect, as what you see now if you were going to come off Route 9 in the southbound direction, make a right turn onto either Fairway or Jake Brown. So both of those jug handles will see some geometric improvements. In terms of other improvements along Route 9, I do know the Department of Transportation, as part of the Schulmeister intersection reconstruction, is looking at retiming the intersections along this corridor that would optimize this corridor from a vehicular standpoint to allow so that vehicles are stopping less along this travel pattern. And therefore, you'd have a lot more throughput on the Route 9 corridor. In terms of how this site would operate, one of the benefits of this proposed development is that Fairway Lane is a fairly minimally utilized roadway. We're not sharing, again, any roadway with any really other vehicles other than some of the U-turn vehicles that utilize the Fairway Lane jug handle to make their U-turns. So again, it's actually nice that we have this public roadway that already has a signalized intersection located on it as somewhat of our de facto driveway to this development, especially from a tractor trailer standpoint. So overall, when we analyze those 5 intersections, accounting for COVID adjustments and our trip generation, we would expect there to be that the traffic patterns along our study network be generally unchanged with this development. And again, just to put those things into to compare those things, we would expect less traffic coming in and out of Fairway Lane with this development than you would expect coming out of your standard convenience store with gas station on Route 9 in its busiest hours. And this is obviously a much larger development from an acreage standpoint, but not that much of development from a trip generation standpoint. From a parking and loading standpoint, you've obviously heard some testimony from the earlier experts. We do meet the parking standards as laid out within the redevelopment plan, and also meet the loading standards. You've heard how these sites will operate in terms of its parking supply and loading locations. One of the things I do want to emphasize here is that while there are many different types of warehouses and many different type of end users, some that may be more truck centric, some that may be more car centric, I think one of the things that we've seen in the traffic engineering industry is that the parking that's provided for the site kind of lends itself to a specific end user. The highest trip generating warehouses, some of those very busy distribution warehouses that you may see that cause, I would say, some of the traffic issues that kind of make the news, are designed with parking ratios at around 2 to 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. So obviously, when you have or require such a large parking field, you're anticipating likely a lot of passenger vehicle traffic, which then leads itself to having potential impacts along Route 9. I think your redevelopment plan was actually very appropriately designed with both a minimum and a maximum parking demand between a half and 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet, which actually somewhat limits or caps the amount of traffic that can be generated from these sites, because it really lends itself to users that are on the lower end of the trip generating tenants when it comes to warehouse users. So again, I think that was a really nice safeguard that the redevelopment plan has put in place to ensure that these are not the type of developments that may make the news during Christmas time, when you just have a nonstop of cars coming in and out because you have all this seasonal employees. These sites are been designed almost capped out with a parking maximum, which would limit that impact. So overall, from a traffic engineering standpoint, our study, which was done per industry standards, meets what I believe is proper traffic engineering practice. The roadways designs, the curvature of the roadways, the site distances, the number of parking spaces have all been designed appropriately. And we've looked at the corridor both along Route 9 and 516 with the clear understanding that the travel pattern for trucks would be along the Route 9 corridor. So Mark, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but that summarizes my direct testimony.
Nope, that's all I have for you, Mr. Seckler.
Thank you, Mr. Seckler. Board professionals, Vina, any questions
I don't have any questions.
or comments? Okay. Mr. Dargy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alex Meitzler is actually on the line. He is he assisted in doing the traffic review, so I'll defer to Alex to ask questions of Mr. Seckler.
Okay, thank you, Rakesh. Just for the benefit of the board, I want to make a couple comments, and I really have one, I think, direct comment on the TIS and its conclusions. A couple of our comments were based, or were based on, there's warehouses and logistics centers, and there's warehouses and logistics centers. Depending on what goes in the building, has a very big differential as far as car and truck trip generation. As Mr. Gersberg stated in his opening testimony, that this was not going to be a fulfillment center. I would agree with Mr. Seckler's assertion and use of ITE code 150 as general warehouse as an appropriate land use code at this point in time, knowing that there is no definitive tenant. I think it's a good capture of a good indicator for a general type of situation, knowing that, going with the testimony that we would not have a fulfillment center. Just also, I'm sure you've seen a lot of other applications with COVID and traffic volumes. I would agree with Mr. Seckler that while daily traffic volumes are maybe closer, getting back to normal, the AM and PM peak hours tend not to be as spiky as they used to be. In general, that's not maybe true for everywhere, but that is one thing that we're seeing. The other thing, back to warehousing uses, is also to we're making the assumption here that the peak trip generation of the warehouse is going to coincide with the local street traffic. Again, not knowing the end user, I would say that is at this point an appropriate conservative analysis. My one target, or my one comment or thing that I would look to ask to be revised in the TIS is not from the methodology so much, but is back to the trip generation, as in there are other proposed land developments directly adjacent to this one and in the area that are already applied into the township, that are on the books. And I think that from a completeness and looking holistically in the redevelopment area, that those should be included in the background trip generation, so that it's accounted for. While they may not directly affect the driveway to Fairway Lane, there will be traffic on White Oak that will utilize that, as well as additional trips on Route 9. And I think for completeness of the application and to really be looking holistically at the redevelopment area, that those other developments should be included in the background trip generation.
And I have no issue with providing, I would say, that comprehensive traffic study accounting for all the either previously approved or pending applications. And again, I think that may be a useful tool for the township to have for future planning purposes.
I have no further comment or questions for Mr. Seckler or general comments for the board at this moment.
Okay, Mr. Metzler, I have a quick question. If you could touch on what your thoughts are of an application of this type for this type of warehouse, as opposed to a fulfillment center or even thousands of residential units. Is this more advantageous or disadvantageous to a traffic and trip generation standpoint?
From a traffic and trip generation standpoint, it is more advantageous to the township. Mr. Seckler is correct that a fast food convenience store is a bigger trip. I mean, it's a different type of trip generator, but it will have more, involve more trips over a greater period of time. In our experience with these types of developments, it's and they were touched on by others earlier. Things just like lighting, buffering, noise. Just making sure that those items are well addressed. But from a purely traffic standpoint, you could definitely put a more intense trip generator on this parcel. That would have a greater impact.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any more questions or comments from the board professionals before I turn it over to the board members? Okay, board members, any questions or comments?
Dean, I have a question. Mr. Seckler, can you just elaborate a little bit on how you got to the numbers? I know you did the study in March of this year. Can you just kind of elaborate, just to put on record so people can understand how you actually backed into the larger number than what you actually studied when you were here?
Yeah, so again, we conducted counts at those 5 intersections, and really what we do is we sit there and either with video or manually count cars going up and down the roadway, making various turns. We took that back to our office, summarized that data, and basically came up with a number of cars in every 15-minute interval over the span of the count period. We then, the DOT publishes they publish at, I would say, infrequent times, counts that they've conducted on their own by their own consultants on roadways, typically state highways or county roadways. One of those count stations was on Route 9 in 2018. So what that was likely, it was a tube that was in the road, counting the number of axles and vehicles that basically drove over it. And we looked at our count at the exact same location as the DOT count. DOT counts from 2018 were higher. So we took the volumes, all the volumes that we collected during 2021 and increased them to basically match the 2018 volume that was done in the pre-COVID world. I don't know if that answers the question, or you want me to take it further to how we, added in our traffic, if you want to hear that part as well.
No. Well, yes, I would, but thank you. I wanted to make sure that we all understood as well is was there a delimiter where it was 100 versus 200 and we got to 150? So if it was, you counted 100, they had 200, we went to the highest number.
Exactly. The issue with the DOT values is the data is completely accurate. It's just looking at one location. It doesn't count who's making a right turn on White Oak at 516, who's making a left turn. So we had that one comparison point. And again, it was 18% lower in the morning, 14% lower in the evening. We went back and took every volume that we counted and again, increased it to the DOT value. We didn't take an average.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Anything else for Mr. Seckler? And if not, I will pass it back to Mr. Policastro.
Chairman, I have
Casey. I'm sorry. Casey has a question.
Some of these questions might not be directly for you, but if another professional could chime in on them. Going back to our original talk, would the township have Title 39 on the roadways for this development?
I would defer to Mr. Policastro.
Okay, Mr. Cahill, you want to address that? Mr. Cahill?
Yeah, I think the applicant wouldn't be opposed to that, right? No.
Yeah, I think it's really important. There is going to be a lot of traffic, coming in, and just in case the police need it in the future, I think that's really important for them to have it. The next question I had was Perrine Road and Route 9 involved in the study. I know you mentioned Schulmeister, but I believe at that Perrine and Route 9, it's only 2 lanes each direction, and then the road at Schulmeister opens up.
Yeah, the Perrine and Route 9 intersection is actually an interesting one because it's the first one when you're coming southbound that you hit a signal. Basically, you come from the Parkway or further north, you come down Route 9, that's the first spot where you stop. That's really the reason why that is seen as one of the, I would say, from a person traveler standpoint, is one of the worst intersections, because you take free flow traffic and you have that first stop condition. Once you get through that intersection, it's kind of platoon the cars and basically allows it to flow a little bit, I would say, more smooth through this area. We didn't study that intersection as part of our study. What I would say is I believe that intersection is going to be retimed as part of the Schulmeister project. So the Schulmeister project, they obviously redid that whole intersection. The DOT is implementing a new timing there. The timing there needs to work with basically the rest of the corridor. So the DOT is going in, maybe it's the developer, someone is going in and going to be adjusting the timing throughout the corridor. And again, to account for the Schulmeister reconstruction.
Okay. Like you mentioned, it's the first, stopping point, on Route 9 South, and it with all the added truck traffic, they don't accelerate as fast as a regular passenger car. So I could definitely see that being a potential issue. And similar to, like you had mentioned, like a Wawa would have a higher volume, but typically they're passenger vehicles, which can accelerate faster. So, that's a concern for me.
Absolutely. And again, I was just making the case so people would understand what the flow on Fairway would be, versus, but again, it's a different type of traffic, but I just wanted to value
apples and oranges.
Yep.
Do you have any counts for any other similar projects, traffic counts?
Post-construction or
well, anything you had would be helpful.
Again, we've typically used the ITE. I'll have to look and see what we've done as a post count. I know there's a couple projects that we are due for a count when they become fully occupied that haven't become fully occupied yet. Again, you don't want to count them when they're not, they're 20% occupied, 30% occupied. So I think there's a few that at least this spring we likely will be counting, but at this time I don't have any specifically that my office has counted.
Okay.
But the IT, the data we utilize to project this is counts from operating warehouses.
That's
you know,
real data. That's real data. Mr.
it's real data. It's real data. Just
That's
I
not
wasn't the one who
hypothetical, or
collected it.
it's not computer generated. It's actually, it's compiled and collected and analyzed because it's real.
Correct. Correct.
And the last item, and again, it's definitely not for you. I think this is more Mr. Cahill. We had spoken about the noise at the building nearest the Glenwood Apartments. And, we did a comparison to, oh, well, Route 9 is louder. But the one thing I was thinking about is you're going to hear a lot of backup alarms, with these trucks backing up. I don't think there's many trucks backing up on Route 9. And I think a backup alarm is about 100 decibels. So especially at night, if they're going to be operating, that noise is going to be piercing. And I would just be concerned for the residents. We would really have to buffer that, as Mr. Lavallo had mentioned. But for right now, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lenning. Okay, if there's nothing else from any other board members, we'll go back to Mr.
Okay,
Policastro.
our last witness is Ms. Keller.
Hi, everybody. Good
Hello.
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Kate, how are you?
Good, thanks. Hi, everybody.
Ms. Keller, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kate Keller. Last name is Keller.
Great. And your credentials, please, Ms. Keller?
Sure. I'm an associate principal at the firm of Phillips Price Greigel Laney Hughes LLC, based in Hoboken, New Jersey. I'm a licensed professional planner and a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I've been a New Jersey licensed planner since 2015. I've provided witness testimony in approximately 65 municipalities across the state, and I also serve as the planner in several townships, including Freehold Township.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
What has your role been in this project, Ms. Keller?
I have been working with the project team and advising my client and advising, everyone through the course of this redevelopment plan process in terms of really looking at land use standards, looking at how this project can better conform with the development, and speaking with your professionals as necessary as well.
Great. Please proceed with your comments.
Sure. So as you've heard through a lot of the testimony tonight, we are seeking the subdivision approval and also preliminary site plan approval. That we're not looking for any variances tonight. So I'm just going to keep this brief. I just want to really describe the overall plan and its overall compliance with the redevelopment plan. The testimony that you've heard tonight from our professionals has generally focused on the layout of the site and also its compliance with the specific details of the redevelopment plan. And Vina and your township professionals have provided some more context on, I think, what the purpose of the redevelopment plan and the township's goals in achieving that they hope to achieve through this development. So I think that, as we've collaborated with the township over the last few months, and as we've put together a plan, I think the goal is really to try to strive to meet not just the bulk use physical requirements of the plan, but also to, make sure that it is aligned with the township's goals. So just want to briefly discuss how, we've prepared this in a manner that we believe will effectuate the redevelopment plan. This tract is located within what's known as the CI industrial commercial zone of the redevelopment plan area. For the most part, all development is located within that area. A certain portion where no buildings are located is within the EDO2 zone along Route 9. So all development is proposed to be within this commercial industrial zone. And the purpose of this zone per the redevelopment plan is really to encourage new development opportunities on certain underutilized tracts in this area, and by permitting large-scale research facilities, warehousing, office, and similar uses. And the idea here is that you can enhance the township's economic base in an area that's in close proximity to compatible land uses, while preserving environmentally sensitive lands like the wetland areas and the floodplains that have been discussed tonight, and providing new infrastructure where that will be appropriate, as you've heard in terms of the offsite improvements and the goals of extending different roadways throughout the general redevelopment plan area. So just to briefly discuss, the use is permitted in this area, which really envisions modern commercial and industrial development throughout the entire plan area. And as you've heard tonight, the applicant, we comply generally with almost all building height, any kind of applicable bulk requirements, and the ones that that your professionals have discussed, we intend to comply before seeking final site plan approval. So just in terms of everything from the setbacks to the environmental requirements to open space areas, parking and loading, all of that is intended to be in conformance with the redevelopment plan, and we will be working to ensure that prior to the final site plan approval. And I think that, the goal here in really designing this site is to balance the unique, really, this is a unique environmental context because of the wetland areas and because of the different site existing conditions. And we provided adequate parking, loading, and circulation areas that will really meet the needs of this type of warehouse facility while being cognizant of the surrounding context and effectuating the goals of the redevelopment plan. And so, my overall just summary here is that this is really a project that is in line with both the details and the guidelines and the design elements of the redevelopment plan, and all of that has been done in order to really effectuate these overall goals.
Great.
So
Thanks.
nothing further directly. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is all we have for this witness.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from board professionals? Vina?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Keller.
Okay, Mr. Dargy?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Keller, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then we'll open it to the board members. Okay, nobody from the board? Okay, so then, Mr. Policastro, does that complete your application and testimony for this evening?
That completes our testimony. We appreciate the efficiency and all of the comments from the board and your professionals. We comply. We're looking forward to this project. We're very excited about it, and we're here to answer your questions.
Okay, we're going to open it up to the public for some public questions and comments if there are hands raised. And
Mr. Chairman, just procedurally, so just to kind of, once again, to keep economical and move forward, I think that in addition to questions of the witnesses, we should probably just open this generally for public comment and questions, so that not having to cut someone off and then having them come right back up later. So what we suggest is that the public be advised that this is your opportunity now to question the witness, or if you want to make a public statement or provide any testimony. So that means when you get a member of the public, when you want to address the board at this time, I'm going to swear you in. So that way there's no hesitation. You can provide testimony or you can question the witnesses at this time, and we'll be as efficient as possible. Is
okay.
That, as long as that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. And is there a time limit on the residents or public comments?
Yes, with regard to comments, we normally limit them in time periods. With questions, well, sometimes it varies as you get the question and sometimes expands. So I think, Mr. Chairman, depending on whether the witnesses or the public comes up to make a comment, or if they're asking questions, we have to be cognizant of that when we address the time period. That's all I would recommend.
Okay, very good. Okay, Vina, do we see any raised hands?
Yes, we do. First caller, Ms. Joknowitz.
Okay, Ms. Joknowitz, you're up.
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. I'm sorry. I think somebody remuted me. Can you hear me yet?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just going to swear you in at this time. Are you just on video or just audio?
No, audio is fine. I'm just, I'm relaxing in regular street clothing. I'm not all suited up, no jackets on tonight, so I
That's fine.
apologize.
I'm just going to ask you, I can't see you, but I'm going to ask you, this is the digital age during the pandemic. So usually when swearing in, I need to see you, but since this is just for the audio portion, I'm just going to
If
ask
you want me
if you
to
swear that your any testimony you're going to give this evening would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Thank you. And if you
My
could
name-
just state your
Yeah,
name, spell your
my-
last name, and give your address.
Nina Jochnowitz, JOCHNOWITZ, and as I gave it last night, 203 West Greystone Road, Old Bridge, New Jersey. Okay, so I guess it's a mixed thing because you've got about 5 people who testified tonight, and a million questions came up. I still don't see Hovnanian in the audience there, which kind of surprises me. There's a few things I'd really like you guys to come up with because you have the 13th meeting on the 13th and the 15th. So your drawings are not including the development that's all over going to be on White Oak Lane, right? The $1 million houses that are going to be on White Oak Lane. And as Casey pointed out, the air truck, what is it called? The J brakes and the backup noise, backup is sound systems that are put on trucks. So they, when you're backing up, are going to create a huge amount of noise. It's going to create a lot of noise over for the apartment complex. Is that Glenwood or what is the name of that complex? And it's probably going to create a lot of noise on the other side with the brand new development. And the other thing is, well, I think his name was Mr. Seckler. You pointed out that you did traffic studies on Route 9 and you said the trucks are going to just travel on Route 9. But Vina pointed out that you guys are going to be creating a road that's going to go down into Bordentown Road and no traffic patterns were put into place to evaluate that. And I do know Bordentown Road pretty darn well because I commuted 150 miles round trip every day for 2.5 years to Regeneron in Tarrytown. So I know that road pretty darn well and it's pretty congested. So I'm wondering what kind of traffic you're expecting there, Mr. Sackler and maybe Vina, because you're opening up that road and going to grade it and everything else. And I have seen trucks stuck on that hill, so I know what you're talking about, Vina. That's first. Can Vina, you answer that? Anybody else? Traffic, safety, Sackler?
I would have the traffic expert answer that question.
Okay, so Mr. Sackler, did you do any traffic evaluations on Bordentown Road?
We did not at this point. The access plan, obviously the master plan and the redevelopment plan does consider access to Bordentown Road. Obviously it's, requires some significant DEP permitting. The most immediate access point in terms of construction will be Route 9. That's going to be the easiest on and off to this
Okay.
site. So that is why we utilize the Route 9.
Okay, so that actually brings me to an interesting point. You're building 1.5 million square foot building with 240 bays. You estimate between 30 and 60 trucks an hour entering and exiting the property, right? That's what you said today. That was your testimony, correct?
During the peak hours, yes.
During the peak hours, but as I don't remember the gentleman's name. I'm so sorry I didn't take down the names. It wasn't Mr. Cahill, but perhaps it was. He said that they could not guarantee that it wouldn't be a 24/7 operation. And as such, with a property size of 1.5 million square feet, I don't expect it not to be 24/7. I think we have to expect the worst, not the best. And I don't mean the worst in the sense of anything other than the fact that it's going to compromise the lifestyles of the community surrounding it. So I'm trying to figure out how you're going to ameliorate that with the situation that you're putting in. And by the way, I do appreciate the tree man, and I always forget your name, sir. I apologize. I'm really bad with names. I know my name is just as bad. You brought up heritage trees. How many heritage trees are on the property? I know I'm asking a bunch of questions and nobody's answering them. Nobody's piping up. So I'll just keep throwing them out until somebody starts answering them. Does anybody want to answer them? I'll
So,
be
Mr.
quiet.
Chairman, we'd love to be responsive, and we have respectfully a great team here. So we do want to address the questions. I think.
Okay.
I think. Hold on.
Start answering, and I'll start.
Hold on, Ms. Jochnowitz.
I just
Go ahead,
think
Mr. Polcastro.
So we really want to be responsive. The town has been great. The professionals have been great. and this is a major project. So maybe rephrase the specific question to Mr. Seckler. I think he answered that one. And I believe Mr. Cahill did respond to your question previously about the hours of operation. So if there's a follow-up question to that.
Wait,
Mr.
yeah, there's a
Cahill-
bunch of questions that, well, no, Mr. Cahill didn't. He just said, well, we can't guarantee it's not going to be 24/7. And Mr. Sackler said the peak hours. And so they don't really kind of mix together. They don't jar, by the way, Mr. Policastro, they really don't, because when you think about it, one is saying one is only going to happen every twice a day. Like there's just going to be two movements of time.
So Mr. Seckler can address that, I think, on the hours of operation. Mr. Seckler, Mr. Seckler, that doesn't really affect your testimony substantively, correct?
Yes, yeah. So typically when we do our traffic studies, we want to study the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario from a traffic perspective is the most volume on the road and the most volume coming into the road. That occurs during your morning and evening rush hours. So that's why we studied those specific hours, because that's when the greatest impact could be to Route 9 with our added traffic.
But you're also still going to add 60, as you described it, the largest trucks. You designed this facility to handle the largest tractor trailers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how long are the largest tractor trailers? Aren't they like 54 feet plus the cab, which is, I don't know, 20, 30 feet? I'm not sure. I'm not a truck driver, but how big is that?
The largest tractor trailer would be what's considered a WB67. It's a 67-foot wheelbase vehicle.
Okay, and that 67 wheelbase vehicle is going to come off of Route 9 from the turnpike at exit, 10? It's going to travel down that 2-lane road, which is already completely destroyed, going through South Amboy, Perth Amboy, onto Route 9, all the way down to that very first light, which everybody was talking about at Cheesequake and Outback Steakhouse, to the next light, which is White House Lane, which is going to be the $500,000, $750,000, $1 million properties, all the way into the little wooded part of Glenwood Country Club. I mean, the golf course that is now going to be 1.5 million acres. And then where are those trucks going to leave to? They're going to head south, and then what are they going to jump on the turnpike all the way down off of 33? How are they going to traverse? Because I'm looking at the traffic and I'm kind of trying to understand why in the heck you as a business, and you guys are very smart, obviously brilliant men and women, why you would even consider putting in a unit like that with all those 67 foot, is that what you described it? 67 foot, 60 trucks an hour, or 30 to 60. Let's give it 30 to 60. They're going to make a lot of noise backing up, air brakes, all sorts of things, traveling on Route 9 more than 10 miles from the last exit on the New Jersey Turnpike, exit 10. It's more than 10 miles to that site. Why you would pick this location for $1.5 million?
Ms. Jacobs, do you have a specific question for the witnesses?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out, I'm just trying to understand why. There are two things. Was that the head of the chair of the planning board that just asked the question to me? I can't see.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out, for the residents of Old Bridge, the 70,000 residents, why in the heck a 1.5 million square foot building that's less than 200 feet from the property line, that's going to make a lot of noise, is even being discussed? It kind of confuses me. It befuddles.
Well, we're going to comply with the noise statute, so that's been testified to.
Well, yeah. So as Mr. Lavaglio said, 200 feet is nothing with deciduous. And I know you're going to throw in a few pine trees and everything is groovy that way. However, everybody knows I happen to live less than 400 feet from Salk Middle School. Actually, I live about 700 feet from Salk Middle School, and I can hear the alarms go off, the prayers made, the announcements in the morning. I can hear the release. Okay. I can hear everything with my windows closed. It's pretty sad. And that's just one building. And that's just an announcement thing through the woods and everything else. 700 feet, by the way. So I'm thinking about all of what you're talking about. And I'm thinking, why is it you have to have an 879,000 square foot building? Why not cut it in half and make the buffer, as Eric De Palma said, even wider? So it actually, thank you, by the way, Eric De Palma. make it longer, not just a football field width, because that's only 200 feet, but like 600 or 700 feet. Now, everybody's okay with the road traveling down there. It's the amount of noise that it's going to be. That road so close to those apartment complexes, the diesel, everything else. And by the way, White House Lane, right? White Horse Lane, or I'm sorry, Oak Lane, White Oak Lane. Are trucks going to be traveling on that road?
I can answer that, and the answer is no.
So they're not going to travel on White Oak Lane at all.
Correct.
They're just going to travel on Jake Brown Road all the way out to Bordentown Road and onto Route 9. And where are they supposed to? But again, I do have a question again for you. This giant facility that you're going to build, where are the trucks going to be going to and from off Route 9? What is your vision? You obviously built a vision around this. So these giant, huge trucks that are going to be coming in 60 an hour, where are they going to be going to and from?
Okay, Mr. Seckler, can I clarify something? Ms. Joknowitz keeps referring to 60 an hour. That is not every hour of every day, correct? It's during peak hours.
Correct. The number that I gave, I believe, was between 30 and 60 during the peak hours.
30. So 30, let's do it 30 an hour. And then peak hours were between 7 and 11. So, and then what was it? 4 and 7? Is that what it was? I think that's what I recall, somewhere around that, but I'm not quite sure if those were the numbers. Were those the numbers you gave, sir?
Yes,
Mr.
between
Seckler?
7 and 9 and 4 to 7.
Okay, 7 and 9 and 4 and 7. Okay, so 60 an hour between 7 and 9. So that's 120, and 4 and 7, that's another 180. So that's, what is that? What does that add up to? 240 plus another 60, 300 plus 30 an hour for the other 18 hours of the day, which is quite a bit of trucks, right?
That's an opinion that you're making.
Okay,
But
so can you give me the number of trucks that's going to be traveling in and out of that property a day that are 67 feet long, approximately?
Well,
I mean, I know this is hypothetical.
Mr. Seckler, I think it's more important to address the percentage of additional traffic that's going to be to existing.
I understand that that's what you're asking Mr. Seckler to do, but I am actually asking Mr. Seckler to provide the estimated number of actual trucks, between the peak hours of 60 an hour and the non-peak hours of 30 an hour, which are 18 times 30.
So that was not his testimony.
I know that's not his testimony, but those were the numbers he gave. He gave 30 to 60 in peak hours, and 50. Actually, his word numbers were 50. So 50 in peak hours, 30 in non-peak hours. So you can give me the numbers, not the percentages, because the percentages, like he even explained, were lower because of COVID. And so the ratio actually would be higher because there's fewer cars on the road and there's now there'll be more trucks. But again,
No, that again was not his testimony. They went back to 2018 and took pre-COVID numbers.
Again, the percentages though were 13%, he said, right? Mr. Seckler?
which percent, were you talking about COVID? Or are you talking about trucks?
Trucks.
Yeah, so from this site, about 13% of the traffic coming in the busiest hour of the morning will be trucks.
Okay, on the off-peak hours, when 30 trucks are going to be exiting and entering the property, what is that percentage going to amount to on the roads?
So from the site, the percentage is higher because you have less cars coming in and out of the site. But I think what you
So let him answer.
But I think what you were asking was how many trucks a day, let's say, will you have on coming out of this site? Is that generally what you want to ask? So I could answer that question?
Exactly.
Okay.
How many is the max that you're estimating?
Okay, so first off, I can't guarantee or project if they're going to be using a 50-foot truck, a 53-foot truck, a 62-foot truck, or 67-foot truck. Obviously, we need to make sure that the largest truck could safely get around the site. So I don't want to, whatever number I'm going to say and calculate, it's not all guaranteed to be the largest size truck.
I understand that. I appreciate you pointing that out. Yes.
The number over a day coming from this site is probably in the range of 300 to 400 trucks. And I want to say that is trips. So if a truck comes in, drops its trailer and leaves, that truck is actually counted twice in that number. So the number of trucks that actually may be coming is probably in the range of 150, 200 trucks. But again, they may be coming in at, 8 a.m. They may be leaving at 2 p.m. type of
Mr.
thing. So it's
Seckler-
really just,
Mr.
yes.
Seckler, I don't want to interrupt, but
Yes.
you made a good point. They're dropping their trailers and just the tractors will be leaving.
Primarily, yes. That's why we have the trailer parking. That's why we have the trailer storage. There obviously be some times that the trailer has to leave and it will be on the back of a truck, perhaps empty or refilled to go to the next location. But the way these sites operate most efficiently, tractor trailer comes in, leaves its load, cab leaves, and they unload that cab in a week, a day, a month, however long it takes for them to unload it. And then another tractor trailer may arrive, drop off and remove the empty trailer or take the trailer full to the next location. That's how that operation is typically.
So it's not more cost efficient for a tractor trailer to drop a load and then pick up an empty trailer and leave with it?
Depends on how the site works logistically. Sometimes
so-
they may not have one available.
Ephraim, I keep seeing you nodding your head. No, I get it. You're annoyed by me. It's okay.
No,
I
I'm not
annoy most
annoyed by you,
people.
but I want to point out something productive. And that is that these are ITE numbers. For instance, I own a 700,000 square foot warehouse in Edison, New Jersey, that I can tell you there's one parking lot that is completely empty. It's split in half. It's 350,000 square feet, 352,000 by one tenant, 348,000 by another tenant. And on one side, the 348,000 square foot tenant has approximately less than 20 employees and has less than 20 something trucks coming in a day. And the other side is more active. It still has half its parking lot empty, but we have to put it in for zoning reasons and all these reasons. And it's in actuality, they have under 60 trucks a day, and that's not peak. That's just a whole day. And they have 100 and something employees at their peak. It's zoned for 24 hours. They don't run 24 hours. So the reality sometimes is actually different the other way.
Okay.
But again,
can you wait, stop there? I have a question for you. What kind of
Mr.
business?
Sordillo, are we
I
approaching?
apologize.
Are we approaching the time limit, Mr. Sordillo? This is going on for quite some time now.
Well, you had like 7 people testify today, and you probably don't have a single person behind me like you had last night, not a single person. So I'm sorry I'm asking a lot of questions. The
But
public
we don't mind,
wants to know.
we don't
Mr.
mind
Chair.
the amount of questions, but we have to keep it succinct. Ask a
Okay.
question, we will
Mr.
answer. it. Ask
Efrem,
another one, we
What
will answer.
kind of facilities?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, what I would say is if the witness may be correct and the maybe no one else, but I think what we should probably do is give, since this individual had a number of questions have been answered and questions have been going on, comments made, maybe we allow someone else, if there is someone else, to ask their questions, and then this individual can come back after someone else had an opportunity to ask their questions. So it's not, so everyone has an opportunity before it gets too late.
Yeah, we don't mind answering the questions. That's what we're here for. All of us on this board are community members here, and we're all for the same thing. We're all for the betterment of the community. So we don't mind answering important, pertinent questions, but they have to be succinct, and we have to answer them as
I'm sorry.
expert.
Unfortunately, I don't really know everybody who's coming onto the board, but I do have a question, actually, very quick one. It's before you put the next person on, and then I'll come back to a bunch of questions, I'm sure. Ephraim, why would you build a building with 240 bays and how many parking spots if you only expect, say, 60 trucks a day?
because a lot of times what happens is, as you know, Christmas time is a much busier time. A lot of tenants like to keep and start keeping product in August, July, August, September, that they keep on site, that they're not fulfilling or they're not moving to their clients during Christmas time. Christmas time, you always go to your highest peak time and that's what happens on a lot of people. And that's just the way it is. And if you've noticed, we banked a lot of the parking as well. So it looks like there's a lot of parking. We banked it. But at the end of the day, there's also requirements under the zoning and ordinances that we have to have a certain amount of parking. It's a requirement from us.
It's not the parking, it's the amount of bays. If you only think 60 trucks are going to come in a day for 1.5 million square feet, I'm trying to calibrate to understand.
That's just, I apologize. You've been doing this all night here. It's not what I said. And it's a misquote. I said that I was giving an example for one 700,000 square foot building. That's not what I said with 1.5 million, because you would have to extrapolate it out. So that certainly wasn't what I said, and it's definitely not what I'm going to testify to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gersberg.
Thank you, Mr. Gersberg.
Okay, Vina, do we have anybody?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
The number ending in 4587. You may talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hi,
Yes,
my
we can
name
hear
is
you.
Yes.
Kevin.
I'm sorry,
Hi.
what's your name?
Kevin Ahern, Ahearn, on Fernwood Place in Old Bridge. And I will raise my hand to be sworn in.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Do you swear that any testimony that you'll be giving this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Well, thank you very much. I know it's you've had a long night last night and hopefully won't be as long tonight. One question I had about the $5 million in taxes. Are there any rebates, abatements, and/or like occupancy triggers that are related to that?
That's,
And
I'm
what is-
sorry, Mr. Aaron, that's not something that's appropriate for this board to consider. This board doesn't get involved with any tax-related issues, any pilots, anything along those lines, because this is redevelopment. That's not, this board only can review as to whether or not the application and the presentation, the site plan presentation, the subdivision, all are compliant with what the redevelopment plan is. This board can't consider any of the financial aspects of that. It would be an improper basis for this board to consider that.
Okay, I did hear a statement that was presented. Hello?
Okay, Mr. Ahern, do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Will this be a gated facility at all?
I'm sorry, what type of facility?
A gated, will it be a security
Gated.
gate? Will it be
Gated, I'm
security?
sorry.
It's not intended at this time. There's always an option for a specific tenant to come back and ask to gate a specific building, but at this time, we do not have gates.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The trucks that we are talking about, 53 footers, 55 footers, plus cab?
Yes, I mean, there's a varied amount of tractor trailers on the road today. Obviously, the site's been designed for circulation of the largest one, which is a 67 wheelbase vehicle. But obviously, not every tractor trailer that use that site would be the largest one. Some will be the 50-foot wheelbase, some maybe the 53-foot wheelbase, the 62-foot wheelbase.
Very good. Thank you. That's a pretty big truck, trying to make those jug handles. But I'll get to that in a minute. Hazardous chemicals will be stored possibly at these facilities?
I don't believe so.
Sorry?
That is not the intent.
That's not the intent. If they would, they would have to go through the state regulations if they did.
We'd have to comply with applicable law to do that.
Yeah.
Very good. The power generation or the air conditioning units, will assume they will be high efficiency, low emissions. And you said something about solar. Are there going to be solar panels, or it's just going to be fitted for future solar panels?
It's fitted under New Jersey law for solar panels. The weight of the roof can support solar panels. I've been in talks with numerous companies regarding solar panels. Unfortunately, you can't predict this. Solar is a very, unfortunately, I wish it wasn't like this, but solar depends on the credits that the governor gives in New Jersey, and each state's different. And to predict this project is a whiles out. It's hard to do, but we always look at solar on our buildings, and we're doing it now in our current buildings that we're doing. And everything will be high efficiency, as you indicated.
I appreciate that. Now to the rush hour. I was an Old Bridge resident for 30 years. I commuted up Route 9 for many, many years, too many years. And I would suggest that the normal rush hour northbound is from 6:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. And I think any of the board members who commute up that way or have commuted up that way before the pandemic would probably agree. And on the southbound side, any of us can look out our windows if you're near Route 9 and see that the rush hour starts about 3 o'clock and goes to at least 8 o'clock, Mr. Seckler. You're smiling.
No, I don't know if there was a question in there. But again, I agree that the traffic tends to build during the time periods you specified. We looked at what we believe was the highest 2 hours in the morning, the highest 3 hours in the evening, to capture the true highest of those high hours.
Any board members have any experience to report or to comment on rush hour? Okay, I'll go on to the next.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the court reporter may need just literally a 5-minute break at this point.
Okay, at the end of Mr. Ahern's testimony, we will take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Ahern.
Very good.
Can you add anything else? Any other questions?
Well, I do have a few more comments on having worked in transportation logistics. The most common operation at a warehouse is a drop and pick. Most efficient, and truckers don't like the bobtail out. And I'm sure I forget if it was Mr. Seckler again or someone else, but that's just a comment. Now, access from Route 9 south. I understand you're going to make changes to the jug handle. That's fantastic. You do realize that there is the express bus lane shooting down there between those rush hours. And that kind of make things a little tricky there with the gas station, Gus Restaurant, and now this. But I assume you're taking that into consideration, board members and Mr. Seckler.
I could say yes. I can't speak for the board members.
Okay. And but coming from Route 9 north, and I'm not quite sure of your assumption that most will be coming down from the south. If they're coming up from the north, that jug handle where the Bank of America is, and there's a resident there who sells reefs on the holidays, and then there's the ShopRite, current ShopRite and liquor store there. That jug handle cannot handle a 53-foot trailer and cab with other residential people trying to make turns there also. Is there a plan for that jug handle?
So we ran turning templates that show that the truck could stay within the proper lane. If for some reason your professionals believe that some modification is necessary as part of providing efficient access, we could look at that. Obviously, we need DOT approval. The benefit to our side of Fairway Lane was the fact that the right-of-way was available. Obviously, we could look at working within the right-of-way that's available to make that turn work if it does not. But based on our review of the turning templates with the WB67, the tractor trailer can make that maneuver that you're referring to.
And what do we think?
I believe they can. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. What do we think the necessity of using that jug handle would be? I mean, how often would a truck have to use that that particular jug handle?
Yeah. Again, we show that we have turning templates that show that it works. Again, we are projecting the majority of the traffic enters the site in the southbound direction from a tractor trailer point of view. But obviously, the occasional tractor trailer may be, 6 times an hour, 7 times an hour that may be coming northbound. Would be able to make that turn in the appropriate lane.
Okay. Again, from my transportation and logistics background, I would opine that truckers like to avoid tolls. The tolls are increasing again, and they will be using 195 perhaps to Route 9 north or Route 33 to avoid additional tolls. But that's, conjecture on my part, but I would suggest that there will be more tractor trailers trying to make that turn. And I'm not concerned about the tractor trailer making the turn. I'm concerned about me in the lane next to them trying to make a turn.
Okay, point well taken. Anything else,
Okay.
Mr. Ahern?
Well, I do have a few more points, and I know you want to take a break, and I'll just put them out there. These are some of the things, I mean, the $10 million for a golf center, I'm a golfer, it's a great idea. Golf's a challenging business, I can tell you that, but God bless. If I think it's a great thing. However, I think on the site itself, walking trails, bike trails, maybe a soccer field or a pickleball courts or something would be great for the township too if this project proceeds and goes ahead. And then basically, I think what I really would ask the board to consider to do before they move forward on this project is to ask for an independent traffic study of the impact of the Oaks 700 homes, the Regency Shopping Center that was just approved last evening by a 6-3 vote, and these 4 projected warehouses, and I believe there's another 4 on the other side of Route 9 proposed, or I don't know where those are, but I've heard about 8 warehouses. The impact of that flow of traffic on Route 9 north and south, which is already the 5th most dangerous highway in the state of New Jersey, I think really demands that independent traffic review of the impact of all these new projects, not only on Route 9, but also 34, because you're going to have leakage up near Outback as people, residents, commuters try to avoid the backup from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock. They're going to go down Route 34 and go leakage into the residential areas of Spring Valley Road there, onto Cottrell, where we have a new project also. So I just really feel that the board members would, go to the town council or whoever, get a independent traffic study on the Route 9 North leakage. It's going to go through residential. Is it going to go through Old Bridge Turnpike there and try to leak through Oakland Avenue? I don't even want to give them the shortcuts because everybody will be using them. But I'm telling you, and Old Bridge already has, the worst air quality. We have very poor air quality as it is, and I have a lung condition, and I can tell you the loss of these trees from the 700 homes and the other ones and these, it's not going to improve the air quality of Old Bridge. So I suggest not only a traffic survey, but also an air quality survey. And that, gentlemen and ladies, ends my questions or my statements.
Mr. Ahern, thank you very much for your thoughtful comments. And at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break. It is now 10:07. And ironically, we took a 5-minute break at 10:07 last night too. We'll go to 10:12. But if anybody is listening that has their hands raised, anybody from the public, we generally try to end these things around 10:30 or so. So anybody that's going to come on, we would like to try to keep the questions and comments very succinct, and we'll be glad to answer anything, but we just want to keep things moving along. We've got a very busy month and everybody here is, being worked to the gills. So please respect that and try to keep your comments and questions as succinct as possible. And we'll see you all in 5 minutes. Okay, everybody back on. I think we've reached our 5-minute break time. Okay, Vina.
You ready?
Yes, if we could have our, is there anybody else that is after Mr. Ahern that has their hands raised?
I think we need a roll call, correct, Joe?
I'm sorry?
Yes, since we're coming back from a break and we're not in person, we need to do a roll call, just make sure everyone's.
I'm sorry, okay. Did we do that last night?
We didn't, I forgot. I'm a board secretary in training. Mr. De Palma,
Here.
Mr. Renner? He's absent. Mr. Lauer? Mr. Lauer? I see him.
Still here.
Thank you.
Marcus?
I know Steve told me that his battery was getting low on his iPad, so maybe it died on him.
Oh, okay.
I'll send him a text.
Miss Cannon? I see Barbara. Miss Cannon?
Barbara.
She's
Barbie,
muted.
Barbie, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go.
Mr. Schmidt?
And Dina, just for the record, Ms. Cannon has joined us here for the whole meeting. She wasn't at the original roll call, but she was here for the meeting. I just want to make sure it was clear for the record.
Okay, but I didn't come till like 8:30.
Okay.
I was at another meeting.
Mr. Schmidt?
Here.
Mr. Lenny?
Here.
Mr. Pink?
Here. He's muted.
He's here, but he's muted.
I'm here.
There he goes.
Chairman Marucci?
Yes?
Mr. Petty?
Here.
Mr. Garcia?
Here.
And I see Steve has rejoined.
All right. Mr. Darchi?
Present.
Mr. Tim?
Here.
Mr. Lavallo?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Sardello?
Here.
Ms. Savant here. We can begin.
Chairman Marucci,
Yes, Mr. Mamakis.
I've joined back on my iPad, but I only have 10%. I'm dialed in via my phone. So if somebody wants to open up that line where I could speak via my phone, I've dialed in. It says I'm an attendee.
All right, hopefully your 10% will be enough.
Hopefully.
Mr. Mamakis, can I get the last 4 digits of your name so that I can promote you?
I'm sorry. What was that again?
The last 4 digits of your number.
I think it was it's 6935.
Had to think about that.
Yeah, because I'm looking at my iPad and my phone at the same time, and I'm looking.
Okay, so we're all set with roll call?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and do we have any hands raised after Mr. Ahern that are from the public that would like to speak?
Ron Variel.
Good evening,
Hi,
Mr.
Nancy.
Variel.
How are you? My questions will be pretty quick. I know that we're getting late here.
Mr. Vario, if I
wait.
can just quickly swear you in, do you swear that the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Does he have to state his name and his address?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Yes. Name and address, please. I apologize.
Ron Varial, V as in Victor, ARRIAL, 37 Briarwood Drive, Mattawan.
Thank you, Mr. Variel. You can proceed.
You could tell me if these are inappropriate, an inappropriate direction to go, but I'm trying to understand the timing around this project. What, how, from the time of closing on the deal, how long the construction would be, the clearing of land, all of that, and how that in relation to the other projects that we've been hearing about. Is there a priority for one versus another, and how the timing will be balanced along the way?
I mean, Mr. Gersberg, you can address the sequencing of this project in terms of, if everything goes well, clearing, and I know you want to do it quickly, so.
The total time frame on a project like this is less than 11 months from start to finish. For clearing versus the building, believe it or not, the clearing and site work take about 90 days, and the rest of the building takes a little bit less. I'm not familiar with the Regency, or I understand that those houses and residential of Oaks are going to be years and years and years. But Regency, I could tell you that I'd be shocked if we're not done well before them.
Yeah, but in terms of your project,
we're about 10 to 11 months per building when we start.
Thanks.
And is there a projected close date yet?
No, it depends on
myriad factors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting approved.
And I missed the start, but I understand that part of the package would also be the building and the construction of a new golf course over on the Rose Track. And I'm curious how that timing and the work that's going to happen over there, how these two are interdependent upon each other, or is that being handled as a completely different project?
It's a separate project. Our goal is to begin construction there very early in 2022, preferably by around March time, so we can hit the seeding time in August and be open the year after. That's our goal, and that's what I have Stephen Kay, who's a world-renowned golf architect, working on, and we believe we'll hit that goal. Again, we need to get approvals on all our projects here in order for us to be able to do that project, but the goal is to get literally under construction end of February, beginning of March, so that we don't miss the seeding process in 2022.
That's great to hear. Is there another forum where any of that is being discussed, or any of the work that we could find out some more information about that in terms of?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be, the town will be presenting to the planning board. So you just, I guess, have to look. The town does that. Vina, you want to comment?
Yes. So currently, the township engineer and myself are reviewing the plans. The plan is at the first meeting in January, we will be in front of the planning board to make a short presentation. The property is owned by the township, so we really do not need an approval from the planning board. However, we will be making a presentation to the planning board as well as the council. But we have been putting up updates on the website. There is a plan that is shared, I believe, on the township's website that you can look at. It's a concept, but it's on the planning department's website.
Great, thank you. And the last question was something that Mr. Lavallo mentioned earlier that really caught my attention. With the amount of wetlands and looking at the plans on the screen tonight, it doesn't look like you're going to be filling the entire former Glenwood property with buildings and roads. Will there be any public access or any thoughts to walking trails, walking paths in the areas that you can't use? Because that is really valuable property for us as residents to be able to go out and use some of it. I understand there's probably safety concerns if you've got big rigs and all that, but is that something that's been considered or could potentially be on the table?
We're happy to work with the township officials to see if that can be done. Obviously, it's very hard to extend, that golf course was built in times where DP had different rules. To even touch wetlands or walking trails is very difficult right now. But we are happy to look and work with Vina and the team to see what can and cannot be done. Obviously, safety is a primary concern, but if there's areas where we can, we'll look into it.
Great, thank you. Good luck with all of this. As somebody that's spent many, many years on that property, I kind of wish it the best, and I hope that you'll do the best you can with it and make this town happy and proud.
As a fellow golfer, I can tell you that the new course will be spectacular. Spectacular.
All right, don't let Billy Casper Golf run it. That's the only thing I'll say.
They're not. I own 2 golf courses and they will not be running it. But I will not talk about them or anybody else.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
good
Mr.
luck.
Variel.
All right.
Okay, Vina, anyone else?
Yes. Brian Foley.
Good evening,
Yes.
Mr. Foley.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, good.
Mr. Foley, if you could please, do you swear that any testimony that you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and it's Brian
Could you
Foley.
please state your name and your address for the record, please?
Brian Foley, 1 Queens Place, Old Bridge, New Jersey.
Thank you.
So my first question is for the traffic engineer. So you did an impact study on 4 intersections along Route 9, correct?
It was 5 intersections in total. It was 3 along Route 9 and 2 along 516.
Okay, so you had already produced a report that I read, and I had a hard time understanding what your results of your investigation were. In your opinion, what is the impact on Route 9? Like I saw percentages. So what is the impact ultimately from this development on Route 9, in your opinion?
So Route 9 will operate pretty consistently with what you experience today on Route 9. The intersections that you get stuck at the red light, you may be waiting an extra 7 to 8 seconds, depending on the flow of traffic. The lights you get through on green, you'll still be getting through on green. The one benefit is that we're adding traffic basically to the to get onto Route 9 is at Fairway, which is not a very heavily traveled intersection in terms of getting access onto and off of Route 9. So that's one of the benefits of this application.
So, well, I would have to disagree with your results of your study on that little of an impact on Route 9, because I do commute on Route 9. I leave at 5 a.m. every morning to go to work. And coming home at 2 in the afternoon, there are a lot of tractor trailers at the intersection of Perrine Road, making the right onto Perrine Road. And whenever there's a tractor trailer, it impacts traffic drastically. So I can't imagine what you stating that it only impacts 6 or 7 seconds at a light. I don't agree with that. I do agree with the previous caller, Mr. Ahern, on the Route 9 north at Fairway Lane, because whenever there is a tractor trailer there going into ShopRite now, it impacts that intersection. I've been there, I've lived it, so you can't say that existing jug handle can accept a tractor trailer. It just doesn't. I've experienced it. And I think he was spot on by saying to the board, and I think the board would be remiss in not having an independent traffic analysis done. And furthermore, I do not understand how you could accept his testimony knowing he's going off intersections that are going to be drastically impacted in the upcoming months. Not only that, at the beginning of the meeting, the township engineer produced a drawing that showed roads that weren't included in his study. So how do you accept his testimony in good faith, knowing that these intersections and roads are going to change in the upcoming months? So he's stating there's not going to be an impact, and yet there's going to be tremendous development at these intersections within the next year. So to accept a study on an intersection that you know is going to change, I don't think you're doing that in good faith. Because you know his testimony is taking condition that is going to change by the time these developments are completed. I don't think I'm incorrect in stating that.
So again, I don't know if there was a question there, but I do know that there was, the presentation of what I would say is the master plan or circulation plan goals, which include connecting to Bordentown Avenue and other routes. That would actually reduce the amount of traffic that would use Route 9. So all the analysis that we provided would actually be more of a worst case scenario than if we had.
So then you're stating that your traffic analysis is not correct.
No, I'm stating that my traffic analysis is a worst case scenario if those
Understood.
roads
So
can't
take
get
that
built.
same scenario and go to Schulmeister Road. So you're saying that you're only using it for your benefit. You're saying it's going to benefit you and your study when you leave your development through a road that's not there yet. So take that same, I don't want to say attitude, but take that same position and go to Schulmeister Road. So Schulmeister Road is going to change, just as the road you just said is going to change to benefit the township with less traffic. Go to Schulmeister Road where it's going to increase in traffic. Correct?
He studied that. He's saying, I apologize, but he's saying, I don't think you're hearing, he's saying that if
I'm hearing him perfectly.
Okay, because he said it's conservative. He said it's conservative on Route 9. That's the worst case scenario on Route 9. You keep on pointing to Route 9. So if a truck used Bordentown Road or anything, it would alleviate traffic on Route 9. It would alleviate traffic on Schulmeister.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. But he's saying that based upon his investigation, there was a road that does not exist now that's going to exist that is now going to reduce the traffic on Route 9. Correct? That's what he's stating. With the roads that are going to be developed on Route 9, within this new development, White Oak Lane, Jake Brown Road, they can get out to, I believe it's Bordentown Avenue. So he's stating that the traffic will be less on Route 9 because of those roads, correct?
That's why we didn't study Bordentown Road. Our report,
No, I understand, but you just said
Mr. Foley, allow the experts to answer the question, please.
Now, Mr. Foley,
apologize.
if your question is, or comment is, well, what about the Regency development? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, my point being is that I don't understand how the board can accept your testimony. Your testimony is only based upon your development and the intersections as they stand now. But last night they just approved a development of one intersection that you studied. So how do you not take into consideration that development with your study?
So I think that was what the board's reviewing traffic engineer mentioned, that he would like to see a comprehensive look at the other filed applications or approved applications as this project advances. So I believe that is something that was raised by the board's expert. So
yeah, I did hear that. So my questions really shouldn't be directed towards you. My question should be directed towards the board president.
Well, no, actually, Mr. Metzler can provide his expert testimony on this as well.
Yeah, but he is representing the developer, isn't he? The traffic consultant?
No, he's our independent traffic consultant. He's not for the developer. Mr. Seckler is.
So why would you have let him do a study already? You paid him? You paid the traffic engineer? Or was he paid by the developer?
Mr. Chairman, maybe I can just clarify because I think we're going a little, repeating ourselves, we're going around in circles a little bit. Mr. Foley, Mr. Seckler, who you were just speaking with, is the traffic engineer for the applicant. Mr. Metzler, and a different individual, different traffic expert, is the traffic expert.
Understood. I did not realize
Mr.
that.
Metzler had requested Mr. Seckler to provide that updated information that you are asking about with regard why wasn't in his report. The board engineer had asked for that information to be updated. The report was prepared months ago before that was actually, that approval was granted, so it couldn't have been in the report. It was just recently approved as of last night which is now why the board is asking for the report to be updated. And the board,
Okay, understood. Thank you.
you keep updating with that. So I
Yeah,
think
I didn't realize that he was your
question,
traffic
I think
engineer.
that's where we are with it.
Okay, that
Yeah,
was my
Mr.
concern. I
Yeah,
understood.
Mr. Foley,
Thank you.
please understand, we have checks and balances in place.
Okay.
And not that we don't trust the applicant's engineer, but we don't trust the applicant's engineer.
No, I
And we have
understand.
the
I
checks.
didn't realize that you had an engineer, a traffic engineer. I don't know if he was introduced himself as that at the meeting. I did not realize that.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. I just, that Route 9 and Fairway Lane on the northbound side, I think is and I just, in my personal opinion, I can't see how this is not going to impact Route 9 drastically. At this point, I guess it is what it is and I can't change it, but I know for a fact that it will change drastically. The tractor trailers.
Okay.
And that's it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your thoughtful comments.
Have a good evening.
You do the same.
Next caller, Krista Fisher. Krista Fisher.
I see her name, but she's not unmuted. Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep, can hear you
Hi.
now.
Dang, I
Hi,
promised.
Miss Fisher, this is Joe Sardillo of the board attorney. Let me just swear you in and I'll let you go with your questions and comments. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your name and give us your address?
Absolutely. My name is Krista Fisher. My address is 21 Carmel Court here in Old Bridge.
Thank you.
Thank you. I promise to keep this short and sweet. I know we're all so tired.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just thought it was an interesting point that Mr. Ahern had made about air quality testing. As someone who's had and survived an environmental cancer, there have been studies done on how exhaust fumes on diesel engines could be carcinogenic to people. I know that it was stated earlier that trucks won't be idling, but my father-in-law, he was a trucking company owner in Kearney, New Jersey, and he was explaining how lots of trucks would pull in and wait to load and unload, often idling, even though they weren't supposed to. I know that they do say that idling for more than 10 seconds uses more fuel and emissions that could contribute to smog. I just wanted to make sure that it's definitely being strictly encouraged and enforced that these people, coming in and out aren't idling. And, it is an interesting fact about checking an interesting idea about checking the air quality. And that's all I really had to say. I hope you guys do have a good night. And if that's just something that you guys would consider.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You do the same. Thanks.
Yeah.
I have a raised hand. The name says call in user 1. You may
Call in
talk.
user 1.
Yes.
Is that me again, Vina?
Do
you hear me?
I do, and I have your name with
Okay,
the raised
I'll
hand.
wait. I'll wait for, I have comments after the.
Hello.
Yes, call in user 1.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hi. My name is Lauren Serzan.
Okay, hold on for Mr. Sordillo.
I'm sorry, what was the last name again?
Serzan. Serzan.
Thank you.
First
Ms.
name Lauren.
Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you please just give your address for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Lauren Serzan, Foxborough Village, 34 Victorian Drive, Old Bridge, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I have lived here in my home since 1984. I am a committee woman of Ward 5 in Old Bridge, and I have just a couple questions. I am very concerned with the amount of trucks on Ferry Road. A lot of them come on 9 and cut across Ferry Road to get onto 18. And I'm very concerned that these trucks will find this road and that they will come down Route 9 South, across Ferry Road to Route 18 to the Turnpike. Now, Ferry Road divides Foxborough Village, which is approximately 500 homes. I want to know, what traffic studies have you done on these warehouse trucks coming down Route 9 and possibly going onto Ferry Road onto Route 18? I feel that these studies are missing important data, and they're faulted. No studies have been done on Ferry Road, and we all know that a lot of trucks use Ferry Road. This is a very dangerous impact on Foxborough Village, especially the fact that the hospital complex on Ferry Road is heavily traveled by ambulances and fire trucks that will ultimately be stuck behind these warehouse trucks using Ferry Road. I feel this is really shameful that no one is looking outside of the box at how these warehouse trucks will be dangerously affecting certain parts of Old Bridge, Ferry Road, Foxborough Village, and especially the hospital complex. Now, my second question, I really want to know why there is no transparency about what is going on with this warehouse, what is going into it. For all we know, they could be storing barrels of hazardous chemicals in these warehouses. They're keeping it very quiet. They're not being transparent. And I think it's just a very scary situation. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
I'll just comment on the second one. We don't have, I mean, we haven't even marketed the site for tenants, so it'd just be impossible. I can't imagine why I would ever want a hazardous material to be in that.
I wouldn't either, but I certainly would want a guarantee.
Okay. I'm happy to comply with all.
This is-
laws.
We can guarantee we'll comply with all applicable laws.
Yeah, I mean.
Absolutely.
Okay. And what about, can you attest that you will not allow these trucks to use Ferry Road as a thoroughfare? Because this, as I said, our hospital is a very big complex, and we need our ambulances. Seconds are vital to people's lives. Houses that are on fire are vital to these fire trucks getting through. And if you've got trucks going through, that's going to impact our community. And I want to make sure that these trucks do not use Ferry Road to go from Route 9. If they're going Route 9 south, they get onto Ferry Road to cut over to Route 18 to the Turnpike. This is going to be a very dangerous situation, especially for the hospital.
I think that's really not up for us. I think that's up for the town and the council and the Nicole and engineering to decide those rules on truck traffic and truck. So I don't think we have a
great.
leak.
That's great. Well, thank you for placing placing this importance on them. I really appreciate that. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Good night.
I have Nina twice, so I don't know if it's the same person.
It's the same person, Vina. It was, you said to me, hold on to the end, babe. You did.
No, but
It'll be just very quick. It'll be very quick. I just want to recapitulate what was asked, if that's okay. Do I have to restate my name for the record? Nina Jochnowitz, 203 West Greystone Road. I swear to tell the truth. I don't think I have to redo it. Okay. Ephraim, you keep smiling. That's okay. It's people. That's my job, baby. Anyway, back to reality. So back to the traffic study. The gentleman who works for the township. So we can task you with getting that traffic study before any decisions are made on this development, right? Because as was discussed by, I don't remember Aaron's last name, a few other people, Floyd, I don't know the gentleman's name, and Lauren, and then Krista. Everybody is concerned about the traffic, the smog, and how it's going to affect the surrounding communities. And to the point of which, I know I didn't state it clearly before, but as much as the traffic is going to be maybe alleviated to Bordentown Road, trucks are going to go down Bordentown Road and cut over to Route 9 using that new cutaway, by the way. We all know that, and we're all going to expect that. But I still have not gotten the answer from Matt Seckler or Ephraim. Where do you expect these trucks to be coming and going to? Because 9, they're not going to just poof. Can you tell me?
You broke up. They're not going to be what? You just finished your statement?
Where are the trucks going to be going to and from? Like poof, they're going to just show up on 9? From where?
Most of the time they come south from the port is generally, I mean, it's not always.
Okay,
they
so they'll be
come-
coming off the turnpike. So they'll either be going down exit 9 in East Brunswick, down Route 18, up Ferry Road, which is certainly not designed for tractor
that's not-
trailers to do a loop
No,
around.
No,
A
you
lot
wouldn't-
of
you wouldn't
trucks,
cut-
a lot of trucks would utilize 440, 287, those type of routes.
Yeah,
Okay,
coming
and
in and out of
so,
the
okay,
fourth.
so 440, 287, Route 9, that Route 935 road is a mess. It's a 2-lane road. It takes 20 minutes. And by the way, I used to commute to Tarrytown, as I was discussing earlier, and I'd leave at 5:30 in the morning to avoid all the traffic myself. So I do know the traffic on those roads pretty darn well. The exit ramp onto 9 from 35 and 9 is a mess already. And it's going to be even more a mess with 30 extra trucks an hour, or 1 every 2 minutes, as you pointed out so succinctly early on in your testimony. So I'm trying to figure this out, because it just seems like you guys are allowing a building of 1.5 million square feet with 240 bays and 480 boxes is for storage, to supposedly handle only 30 trucks an hour, perhaps. Seems like a bit of insanity to me, along with the smog and the traffic and the contaminations of the diesel fuels and the noise and the lighting and everything else. I think you guys, I hope you board members would kind of consider putting it off at least into January to discuss this further, waiting for the traffic reports to be, to add to it the Ferry Road and Bordentown Road and the other roads which were discussed. Is that possible? You guys could consider shelving this until January? I mean, I know that it only takes 11 months, but as Ephraim said, it takes 90 days to build a building. So if you do it in January versus you do it now.
I didn't say it was 90 days to build the building. Never said that again.
You said about 90 days, but you said 11 months. You said for 11 months, but 90 days, really 90 days. to put it
I
up.
said 90 days. I said 90 days for site work. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I stand corrected. I apologize.
And Ms.
Anyway,
Jokowitz, understand this application and testimony and approval will be for preliminary and not final site plan.
well, I don't know. See, so I thank you, Chairman. That's perfect. So even with the preliminary, I don't think that they filled in all of the spots that are necessary to make a good decision, even a preliminary decision. And I would hope that you give them opportunity, because they obviously are a really lovely company of people, and they all are really sweet and wonderful, and give them an opportunity to come back with more stuff before you make a preliminary decision, because you don't want to make a decision without all the information, even if it's preliminary. You want them to bring you back all what you need, right?
Yeah,
So
although
consider it.
we are conforming application, so, and it's for preliminary, so we are really hoping for a vote. This is not being pushed through. There's been a lot of time and effort. The town, no, let me just finish. The town's experts, let me just tell you, I'm older than I look. I've been around the state forever. They're tough, and they've asked all the good questions, and we have a great team. We've responded, so we are really hoping for a vote, and we're ready if the board is ready. But that's
Well, I understand that, but I'm asking you as a resident in 20 years, 40 years in Middlesex County, and I've been around the block a bit too, like you. I have gray hair. I'm sorry, I'm not showing my face off, but that said, sir, just to consider, the board to consider waiting until you get the remaining items, and maybe that won't take very long. I mean, and to do the traffic study, I mean, to set up a traffic study as to the estimates that are being done, or whatever it is, and add to that, the Ferry Road, the Bordentown Road, the streets and what other streets that may need to actually be adjusted to handle tractor trailers turning, like Fairway Lane and stuff like that. Just a thought, consideration.
Mr. Chairman, we've heard the request. It will be up to the board to make a decision. We don't.
30 years. It's 30 years to do it. Right? You could
Okay,
wait.
Ms. Jackowitz, is there anything else?
Everybody have a beautiful holiday, whatever holiday you celebrate, past and future, and stay safe and healthy. No COVID. Get your vaccines. Don't walk outside without a mask. Okay, guys? I don't want to see you in my clinical studies. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, so Vina, if that is the last hand raised, we will
I
close the
just,
public
I just want to make sure there's again a Nina with a raised hand. I want to rule out any possibility that it's the same Nina.
She says it was her twice, but yeah, let's give it a.
Yeah, just
Give it
to
a
be
minute.
safe.
Okay.
Anyone waiting to speak? We have no raised hands.
Okay, very good. So we will close the public portion, thus closing out the testimony of this application, and we'll hand it off to Mr. Policastro to summarize.
I have nothing further. And again, thank you for having us. We've complied with the state law and your ordinances. And thank you again to your professionals and to the board.
Okay, thank you. And then any more comments from the board professionals or from the board members before Mr. Sordillo summarizes it?
No, I just have a few things, Dean, those will be quick. Just, Mr. Gersberg, would you be willing, I know we heard some testimony and some comments from the public. Would you guys be willing, I know you said that, to work with the township on, whether it's walking trails, and I know that there are DEP requirements potentially, walking trails, and also adding possibly just Ferry Road to Route 18 as part of the traffic study?
The analysis I think Ferry Road is very far, but more importantly is that that's not a road that we could limit trucks on. We're not legally allowed to.
Oh, no. I understand that, and I'm not asking you to.
Before
say no truck.
final, we'll do that before.
Yes,
final.
please, like if we could add that to the traffic study, like if there would be any impact, especially with the hospital, it's an actual.
100%, but I just couldn't, what she was asking, we legally.
Oh,
can't
yeah,
do,
no,
so.
we would never ask you, you don't have that power to.
No, I have very
to do
little.
that. But I would like to ensure that.
Absolutely.
We look to see if there will be some sort of impact. So if there is an impact, we do, and we have the opportunity to have that conversation with the hospital, since they just put a lot of work and a lot of money into a brand new ER. There's a lot more stuff going in there. I want to make sure that that we have all those bases covered.
100%.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dean, could we also add to it that turn off by ShopRite? Seems to be a lot of questions about that also.
Yes.
Sure. Okay, anything else? Okay, Mr. Sordillo, Mr. Sordillo, can you give us a rundown and a summary and conditions and whatnot for our consideration for vote?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. A motion to approve would be a motion for preliminary only, major site plan approval and approval, minor subdivision approval for the property identified as block 9,000 lots 29, 30, 41.12, 41.13, 42.11, 42.13. The applicant would have to come back to the board for final approval. The conditions that I have listed in connection with coming back for final approval and any grant of preliminary approval would, one, be in generally working with the boards and township professionals to address the various reports that were issued, including the fire report, the traffic and Planning Joint Report and the Conservation Officer's report with regard to the landscaping and conservation purposes on the property. They will reasonably work with the township and board professionals to address those concerns in those reports. If approved, the trucks would, one of the conditions that were expressed in the testimony was the trucks would only use access. Oh, excuse me, no, sorry. I lost my notes there. Here we go. With regard to signage as well as landscaping, as I stated, the applicant will work with the township professionals. The township, specifically with sound signage, the applicant will work with township planner to develop a signage plan that works for the entire site. The applicant will work with the township professionals to eliminate any existing variances or potential variances that might be caused with regard to the buffers, or I should say variances or waivers that may be triggered with regard to any intrusion into the buffers. The applicant will work with the township professionals with regard to assessing the quality of the existing vegetation in the area near building B, where we were discussing the adjacent to the residential properties, and provide supplemental vegetation if necessary within reason, working with the township professionals. The applicant did agree that they will provide additional screening in that area, working with the township professionals, including potentially adding extensive evergreens for screening that will provide all year protection from for the buffer from the Glenwood residences. The applicant agreed to update and revise their traffic report to take into account the recently adjacent approvals, as well as what was just discussed, adding on the potential impact on Ferry Road, as well as the turnoff by ShopRite. We'll provide that before final. The applicant agreed to provide Title 39 protection on the private roadways within the development. Or not Title 39 protection, excuse me, Title 39 access for the police department to enforce the traffic laws. And lastly, I have is the applicant agreed to look into, investigate, and work with the township in potentially having walking trails on the open space areas, subject to obviously any regulations by DEP and the wetlands and riparian buffers that may regulate that area. That's what I have for conditions. Vina, if I had missed any, please let me know.
Joe, I think a general condition that the applicant will enter into a pilot agreement and a redevelopers agreement.
Right. Well, the board doesn't usually require pilots. That's something that works out between the township and the applicant. But yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes, one of the other requirements is that the applicant does enter into a redevelopment agreement with the township, as well as our general requirements, our general conditions of approval with regard to keeping taxes paid current and potentially developers agreement if necessary, based on how the terms of the redevelopment agreement is. Sometimes those can be incorporated into one, but a redevelopment agreement and or developers agreement as well.
Also, with the offsite road improvements, the applicant would work with the township professionals, the board consultants, and or NJDOT when setting up pre-application meetings and working through. Rakesh, did I miss something?
No, I think you got that. That was the thing I wanted to hit on was the coordination with the township with regard to the offsite improvements for Jake Brown Road and White Oak Lane and everything.
Okay, anything else to add to the summary? Anybody else have anything? Because it's way past my bedtime. And I'm sure everybody else, and again, not blowing sunshine at you, but it's greatly appreciated the time and effort that everybody's putting in. So with that, do I have a motion to vote?
I'll make a motion.
By Mr. Pink, and a second?
I'll second it.
You almost disappointed me, Mr. De Palma.
I have a question.
Okay.
I am a chairwoman of the library board, which met tonight, and I was, I had to attend. So I only came in around 8:30, 20 to 9. So, and I did not hear any of the, the testimony, obviously, during that time. So I assume that I should just abstain, but.
Yeah, Ms. Cannon, I agree. Because and if we're going to have a vote tonight, you won't have time to review that part of the testimony. So I think the best suggestion would be to abstain on a vote on this evening because you haven't heard the whole testimony.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the vote was going to be taken tonight, but I had obligations to attend, to chair that other meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So Joe, we have 7 board members and we have 2 alternates.
The alternates can vote because Ms. Cannon cannot vote, and the alternates can take the place to give us a full board of 9.
And we have a quorum.
Yes, we've always had a quorum, but the 2 alternate votes count because they are here and taking the place of the board members who are and since Ms. Cannon cannot vote, then they take her place as well. So we have all 9 members can vote, including 2 alternates.
Thank you.
Ready all?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma,
Yes.
Mr. Lauer,
Yes.
Mr. Mamakis,
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt,
Yes.
Mr. Lanning,
Yes.
Mr. Pink,
Yes.
Chairman Marucci,
Yes.
Mr. Petty,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
All yes.
Okay, so
Thank you, Mr.
the
Chairman.
most, do I have a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting?
Yes.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, once again, I hate to do it, but because it's this is a public meeting, we do have to open up to general public comments, just in case anything that's not on the agenda.
Oh, I thought we just did that.
No, that was actually public comments just on the application. We have to do, under the Open Public Meetings Act, we have to do a general public comment at any public meeting for anything that's not on the agenda within the board's discretion or board's purview, I should say.
Okay, so 10 seconds?
Wearing me out.
All right, we'll give it about 30 seconds.
Thirty seconds are up, Dean.
I think that
Yes,
wristwatch of yours
Chairman,
is ticking a little fast.
Chairman, I got 7% on my iPad, so.
Nice. All right, I think we've given sufficient time, and Steve's iPad has survived the evening.
You made it, Steve, you made it.
I made it.
Dean,
All
there
right,
is,
so
Dean,
who's
there's
going
one
to
hand raised.
jump on the motion to adjourn?
Dean, there's a hand raised.
Vina,
Yes,
I thought they closed the public.
I thought the public portion.
No, this is general public comment. We have to do, every public meeting has to have a general public comment on something that's not on the, it could be an item that's not on the agenda.
Yes, Ms. Jacknowitz.
oh God, Vina, we're going out to lunch one day. Okay, folks, I want to make sure I got this clear so that the audience, which is about 16 people right now directly online, and I don't know how many on the phones, understands. You just voted for 1.5 million square feet, right?
Yes, and that's on the record.
So every single one of you thinks that we needed another 1.5 million square feet of commercial space to be thrown into this town, right? Every
No,
single
that's not
one of
what was
these
the
9
vote
people,
was.
with the exception of Barbara Cannon. Thank you,
Mr.
Cannon.
Chairman, if I can jump in, the
Yes,
vote,
please.
not the application meets the requirements of the zoning and the zoning, the laws, the regulations and the ordinances. We don't decide, this board does not decide what needs to be there or what shouldn't be there or what not, that doesn't belong there. This board decides whether or not the application meets the ordinances and the zoning ordinances of the township. This applicant came in under a redevelopment plan that was adopted by the township, and it was determined by the board that they met the requirements for preliminary approval based on those zoning requirements. This board does not make the decision as to what uses can or cannot be in each area. That is done by the township governing body.
Yeah, but again, they talked about, Casey talked about the location and the noise adjacent to the Greenwood property, and that was taken not into consideration. The traffic, obviously, you guys just still approved it without even waiting until they really do a traffic report, and everybody knows Ferry Road's going to be affected, the hospitals are going to be affected, Bordentown's going to be affected, but you guys all did it. Thank you very much. You gave the town a great Christmas gift. 1.5 million square feet of wasted space where we already have a 25% occupancy in other spaces. You guys did a great job again. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Merry
You're
Christmas.
welcome.
Okay. Nothing else, Vina?
Merry Christmas.
No.
Okay, quickly, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
I'll
By Mr.
second it.
Lauer, second by Mr. Pink. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Oh, wait, we have to do roll call.
Good night, everybody.
Hurry.
Mr. De Palma.
Yes.
Mr. Lauer,
Yes.
Mr. Mamakis,
3%, yes.
Mr. Cannon, Ms. Cannon,
Yes.
Mr. Schmidt,
You do realize this is an alternate to housing and more traffic that way. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Lenny,
Yes.
Mr. Pink,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman Marucci,
Yes.
Mr. Petty,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you all. Good night.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
everyone,
Thank you,
so much.
everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good
night.
night. Sorry. Have a good weekend.
You guys too. Good night.
Brody, 6 whisper. Like